Welcome to our fifth and possibly final session with Metroid Dread. I say possibly final because we're actually fairly close to 100% collection, but the obstacles in my way mostly consist of things like Shine Spark related challenges that I have not actually figured out how to do positionally yet, and so whether we do in fact get to 100% will depend on my ability to do that. And fairly soon after that, I believe we do already have direct access to the finale sequence and the final boss, and we'll hopefully be able to see all of that in one stream. So, let's clean up some of the zones that we were working on. I had previously made some attempts on some of the collectibles that remain, and unfortunately I did not actually figure out the method for getting them, and so we'll have to sort that out somehow. Here the issue was what? We got that one already. This was the zone that I hadn't quite figured out, and it involves some way to preserve a speed booster all the way down here so you can bust across. And currently, I don't have a method for doing that. Because I don't know how to build up speed going towards that to begin with. Although it's kind of suspicious that we're dealing, first of all, with slopes, and secondly, with grapple or spider magnet points. Because there are some undocumented interactions between the Shine Spark and the slopes in the GBA games that I hadn't really thought about trying out here. And I don't actually know how the Shine Spark or the Speed Booster Preservation is actually going to work with the grapple either, so we'll likely go back there and try this one first, since we are already in the appropriate zone, and if we get stuck with that, we'll sweep the map a little bit more and come back. But that's basically where we left off. I just couldn't figure that one out. And other than that, we'll see how much of that is just an execution challenge. It's not the only one with a Shine Spark positioning that seemed a little out of reach due to some things like slopes and grappling surfaces. And so if we do figure this one out, it's possible that we will also get one or two other ones using the same techniques. But yeah, I noticed that you have two of these platforms here. One thing I hadn't really checked was whether the top side here is breakable on the way down, and it seems not. So the current problem, number one, is where do we even build up speed to begin with? It's not really clear to me. Is it perhaps by running up slope? And I hadn't really considered that. Like, what if you had Speed Booster going up a slope? And would you be able to preserve it from there? Like, Because currently I don't really know how that's going to work, given that Speed Booster is going to require that I... Oh, maybe if I freeze this using ice, I wonder if that's possible. Like, if you freeze the source, if you can see the source, this appears to be the source, but nothing is actually in the foreground that you can make contact with. Yeah, so currently the question is, how do I even begin to build up speed? Because you can't quite build up enough going through the slide here. There's just not enough space to do so. Can you build up some speed going down the slope, perhaps? Doesn't seem so. So there's just something I fundamentally don't understand about this portion. Possibly, maybe there's a way to build up speed using the ball form, or getting into the ball form right away, perhaps. But as you can see, if you slide too early, you lose the speed booster pretty much immediately, and it's not going to do it. But I wonder if this slide down here is something that allows you to build up speed. Like if you come down here with a bit of an initial boost to begin with, like this. Maybe not. So where do we even begin? Possibly there's something that I just haven't broken yet that is still breakable. Like maybe a destructible surface that I haven't seen on this side. We did see some destructible surfaces on the exit side, which is what makes me think that this looks kind of suspicious. But as you can see, this was just a one-way pitfall block, and so I didn't really find anything. One thing I could check is actually this corner over here. That's one thing I hadn't considered. Possibly that would connect to the other side, in case this side is just exit only, which looks like it may be the case. We really do have to consider every option at this point. Just make sure that we've actually accurately scanned the environment. So yeah, let's head back down. Let's check for anything that might be suspicious on the left side, in case it's actually going to connect. Nothing on the left wall over here. Yeah, worth looking pretty carefully, just in case, but as you can see, nothing over here. And the pitfall blocks on the left side, but I wonder if there's going to be some other passage that is reachable. Perhaps we need to scan down here instead. I was assuming that that would be an exit instead, this thing over here. Because it really does look like it's going to be exit only on the pitfall blocks, but then if there is another way up that we just haven't seen yet, that would be worth looking at. Because otherwise we would have to go back up here and just figure out where is it even possible to start running. Because there's no running surface anywhere up here. What are these? Speed booster blocks. On the other hand, the fact that you can drop down this platform to the speed booster might have some potential. I mean, it's only giving you this speed booster in the first place to say that the speed booster is a requirement going down here, and also flag that this is a platform of the appropriate length. So maybe this is going to be the on-ramp. But then the question is, how do you actually reverse course with the speed booster in a way that's going to allow it to be preserved? So let's go back up there, because I feel like looking back at the marker for the destroyed speed booster blocks in that room is telling me that that's going to be the starting surface. I'm pretty sure that's what it's trying to communicate, other than, of course, previously just acting as a hard gate. So the idea is that we would take this door and build up enough of a run on this side, but then what? Like, we'd run into the wall. I can build up the spark here, but then we need to figure out how to preserve the spark. Possibly by continuing to run. I don't know. Maybe that's something that this area is supposed to teach me, that, like, maybe if I continue to run after building up a spark, you know, continue to build up a second spark, I can actually prolong it. As you can see, it blinks off right there. One thing we could do is screw attack over here, and then I don't know it's possible to spark off of this surface. But I also wonder if Spark is going to be preserved by Grapple Hook. Because certainly one thing you can do is preserve it, slide down here, and then grapple like that. And then I wonder if it's possible to preserve it from there. Maybe we're making some discoveries here. Because the idea that I have is, what if we manage to launch the Shine Spark towards the ramp here? One thing we could do, in fact, is jump down here and then do a down diagonal towards the ramp. Maybe. Let's see if we can do that. It seems I will have enough time on the speed booster to at least go down to the destructible blocks. And we totally do. Yeah, that's it. That's the solution. That is actually absolutely the solution. You come down here. And then you go up the ramp. Going up the ramp allows you to rebuild, or at least prolong the dash. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. You use the slope the same way that you do in... It was either Fusion or Zero Mission or both, but there was a challenge in one of those games that involved repeatedly doing a horizontal Shine Spark onto a ramp in order to extend it up and up. And that's the exact same interaction that we're looking for here. So I think we actually have solved this, but I haven't solved the execution. Hang on. Let's make sure we get this spark at the end of this segment here. It is something undocumented. I don't know if everybody will figure it out. I certainly got stuck on this for quite a while. Okay, so I've got the spark here. I've got to run... The slide doesn't seem to preserve it, but I think it's because I ran into the wall. Possibly I needed to rebuild here. And if I rebuild the Shine Spark there, then... The question is, how do I get onto this without losing the speed booster? Because if I am able to do a second Shine Spark onto this ramp, then I'm in good shape. Okay, we've made a little bit of headway at least. I know how this sequence is going to start, we just don't know how to prolong it just yet. And yeah. And I'm too slow there. But I think the idea is that I'm going to... Oh, what if I cancel out of the spin? Then am I able to Shine Spark in midair? We need to test this, in fact. Because if I'm able to do that, that actually solves a number of the other ones as well. If I... spin fire to get out of spin, and then maybe do some kind of standard jump coming out of that. We have to test a bunch of these things because I just don't notice Shine Spark mechanics in this game. We are kind of trying to build it from scratch. Yeah, you can totally do it midair. Okay, that's great, that's great. Because that gives me the solution. You shoot towards the gravel point, and then I do a second Shine Spark towards the ramp. Okay, we know how to do it. It is a chain Shine Spark challenge, then. Okay, you come down here. Come down here. No, I needed to do this, and then... yeah. Like, do a bit of a screw attack down there while I still had the charge active. And then straighten out and then do a mid-air Shine Spark. Unless I can do it from the grapple point, but I don't think I can. Oh, whoops. There we go. Stick clicks have never been comfortable for me, so that's why sometimes we are going to have a few execution issues here. Okay, down here. Nope, too soon. But we can in fact recharge that. Almost. I needed to recharge it on the top here, in a very precise location. But yeah, we figured it out, and because we figured it out, we've also therefore figured out another one that was giving me trouble over there. I think. Because there was a big slope column as well. The other one that we were dealing with, but maybe there's something grapple involved that we need to be aware of here. Yeah. You do need pretty good muscle memory for some of this stuff, even if you... There we go. That's the solution. Got it. That's 100% in Berenia. Great. Where to next? Well, Ferenia and Dairon are still open for business. Ferenia was where we had trouble with a few things. We had trouble with this missile tank. And we had trouble with the other slope-based interaction, which I think was this... Not this, but one of the big vertical chambers. I thought it was an icy vertical chamber, but maybe I've gotten the room incorrectly remembered. Let me see if I remember where that could be. Maybe I'm thinking of one in a different zone, or am I? Yeah, bomb blocks over here. Yeah, there was a speed booster column on the left side. No, that wasn't here in Ferenia. That was, I think the one way down in one of the other zones. Well, that's okay. I mean, we'll need to sweep everything anyhow, so let's maybe see about whether we want to connect back to Dairon or back to Artaria. Let's see. We haven't been to Artaria in a while, and so maybe that would make sense to do, just so we kind of do a complete mopping of everything that remains, including some of the ones that are fairly trivial, because they might just involve certain beams that we've finally picked up for the first time. Yeah, why don't we just go back to Artaria and kind of sweep through the zones accordingly from start to finish. Okay, so that was pretty satisfying to figure out, even though I think it is just opaque enough that a lot of people aren't going to get it without some kind of external resource or just a lot of experimentation with the slope. I think the way that you reload the Shine Spark using a slope is not something that's really that intuitive. It was taught very well by that particular challenge in one of the GBA games that I was talking about. Because there you just don't really see other options. But if I didn't have that experience, I wonder how I would have known to try that. Because definitely I was thinking that maybe it's something involving grapples. The speed booster blocks that we broke, though, which we were only able to see on the map in the initial run that would build up enough speed right to left, that was a very critical piece of information, and one that I was only able to see by looking at the map screen, because I had previously destroyed the blocks involved. But we need to look for spatial clues like that, I think, if we're looking for where the charge-up is going to be. The other sort of important innovation here is knowing how to transition from the screw attack to reposition in midair for a starting point with a Shine Spark that is going to be in midair. I think now that we know that, I'm in significantly better shape, in fact. But we'll have to see. Okay, our first target destination is going to be what? We have 89% here. We have a bit of low-hanging fruit up in this side. We should therefore just hang right and go up at the first opportunity once we're out of this initial ice zone. Except I think we're actually blocked off by pitfall blocks here. Okay, so never mind. We can't actually get across this way then, if I understand this correctly. So we'll just go around. And yeah, not too much of a pain to go around, in fact. That's all there is to it. Except, of course, we're locked all the way down here. And yeah, I guess I do have to traverse quite a ways up then. And around. Yes, because, well, we didn't really check these blocks here. I don't know if maybe something was breakable just now, but it come down quite a ways through those one-way pitfall blocks, so at this point it's kind of a moot point. I think we just need to move on up and also see whatever else lies in the way here. Beam blocks on the other side, we never actually broke this stuff. This was kind of very early in the... Oh, no, maybe we did. Those were things that we broke for climbing purposes very early in the game, unless I just wall jumped up all that. We should probably break that anyway, although there's nothing really marked as concealed there in terms of a glowing spot, so... I think we just try to move on up to some of the glowing spots and some of the easy stuff that we see available. No, that's just a collectibles location. Well, the fact that the Shine Spark mechanics are so flexible in this game do open up a lot of potential speed strategies, I think. For the kind of players who are able to go for them. I mean, we're pretty deep into the traditional Metroid late game sweep at this point, which is all about just taking it easy. Yeah, this was opened up by the wave beam, which we didn't have the last time we were here, so that's going to be pretty trivial. I think we just go for it. Currently at 89% in this zone, we can also discern from the arithmetic here how many collectibles singular are going to be left, I think, so... Okay. Power bomb, probably. Unless there's something else going on. Ah, okay, block to the right side. Let's check that. No, let's bomb this first. Speed booster. Oh, okay, so there's going to be a bomb spark slot here, and it's going to be quite precise, in fact. Is it actually going to be at ground level here? That seems unlikely. But that might be the only thing to try. Wow, okay. I feel like I'm going to miss. But... let's see here. Whoops. Ah, okay, so you can actually turn into a morph ball in the middle of that. And then maybe once you turn into the morph ball, you can do the bomb spark in midair. And that's another technique I didn't know, which this has now taught me. Nope, wasn't able to do that. I don't have a surface to stand on, that's the issue. You kind of have to walk here pretty carefully, I think, to not drop it immediately. Yeah, you just need to climb back on immediately. Yeah. And then bomb spark from there. Unless there is... Ah, no, you need this location. Because otherwise you're going to come in too high. Okay, yeah, I know how to do it. There we go. Yeah, I guess Wave Beam revealed what was going on here. But, if you know the location, this is obtainable much, much earlier, in fact, as soon as you have the speed booster. The Wave Beam shortcut here is more for convenience. I had previously, of course, given up on that location because I thought Wave Beam looked like it was going to be required. Anyway, that is kind of a 4%-ish, indicating to me that we have 2 items remaining in the zone. They're both accounted for. It's the missile tank here and the energy tank up above. So we'll just grab those 2 fairly quickly. Yeah, some additional beam blocks that I never actually checked. Let's check some of this stuff, maybe. Just to see if we can break open more shortcuts. Yeah, as well. Identify all we can on the map. And we'll save our progress in the meantime, just to keep items that we've done already. And we'll just proceed. Okay. Is this correct? Yes. Okay. Through here, that's fairly simple. Yeah, this is the escape sequence towards the Varius suit, I believe, much earlier in the game. And then this reveals the missile tank that is up top. However, I guess we'll see what's breakable. Oh yeah, bomb block, that's easy. Quite trivial, actually. All it required was just the super missile, and I believe this was maybe one of the areas that was blocked off by the destructible chase sequence. Okay, so now we'll go back to meet our nemesis, by which I mean, no, maybe not through this way. Hang on. Let's see. Yeah, I have to go around, I think. Down and all the way around. Okay, that's fine. Now, this was the energy tank next that I couldn't obtain despite trying for about 20 minutes on one of the earlier sessions in this adventure. And it's very clear to me now that I just didn't have the required items at the time. That cross-bomb is probably what's going to solve the sort of weird little gap in timing that was making me just a little bit too slow to get across. So we'll just get back up there quickly. And just grind away at this one again. Okay, yeah, because it's the cross bomb here that's going to be important. Yeah, because you need to drop like a basic cross bomb over here, and then it's going to be like double tap. Double tap will probably do it. Let's see. Let's just practice this interaction because we will need to practice just to. Yeah. Yeah, you can't just do the bomb there right away. You kind of need to do this. And then kind of a double tap. And then Shine Spark over here. Up a diagonal should maybe get you to position. I mean, I think we understand everything about what to do here. It's just that the execution might be a little bit fussy along the way, so. Once again, gonna be a nice long run over here. Oh no, just a little too late. That was the right time though. Yeah, tiny hesitation there on the sideways dash from the flash shift, but that's the only thing. Maybe I was getting to the spark a little bit early. It was going to be a little bit late. Having crashed into some of this. I feel like we will need to just shoot the beam along the way just to make sure we... Oh, whoops. Too early there. Yeah, maybe I do need to do a little bit of a screw attack jump to get over that. Nope, hit the door. Never a good idea. Nope, I don't want to hit that. I want to hit the nest. Yeah. Okay. And that solves it. Okay, extra energy tank. Looks like we're missing two, probably one composed of energy parts and one full tank, given the collectibles we have now. So that's 100% in Artaria. We've got a couple choices here. Teleporter is going to be the nearest thing out of here, and that maybe allows me to browse around in the Catarus for a while, where there's a fair bit we haven't seen, but it looks of it just haven't been here in quite a while, in terms of having, once again, some fairly low-hanging fruit that should not be too difficult to execute. And, yeah, going down to the red teleportal looks like it's going to be the best way out. Okay, here we go. And yeah, might as well just nuke that guy. Put him on ice. And we'll just take this directly over to the next zone. So yeah, if we can get some of the remaining Shine Spark timings down. I think we know enough about the Shine Spark mechanics now that we can solve the remaining problems that I have been running into before. And with that in mind, 100% does look like it's going to be within reach. As long as we're not missing anything outright on the maps themselves. Anyway, take that down and then loop up. That seems to be the way to do it. We're pretty good on ammunition. We'll just leave the entrance to Kraid's former prison. Still sort of unclear to me whether Kraid actually lived, given that he was already taking a bit of a lava bath. Speed booster, yeah, we can do that. That's going to be... oh, that's going to be purely bombs, so yeah, we can do that. Not quite enough distance, actually. Not quite enough distance to build up to dash. Do we have a straighter platform to work with? There's the one up here. Ooh, that's quite a long distance. But if we kind of drop immediately, then maybe that's possible. I don't know. I think this is probably still the best bet. Yeah. And there we go. That's a missile. Okay, 85%. That tells me that there are 3 items remaining in this zone. We know that it's going to be 1 glowing zone, 2 glowing zones, and 1 additional thing then that should already be revealed on the map, or is... Oh, we haven't actually checked this room down here. It's definitely going to be down here with the wave beam access. So we'll check that first, since that is going to be closest, I think. No, this is going to be closest. That's fine, we'll check that. And that's going to be along the way, so... Yeah, it looks like we will have 3 item locations all accounted for here. So this will once again be fairly straightforward. Let's make sure I have a spatial sense for where I am. Power bomb. Yeah, we will definitely take that. That's why I had previously ignored this spot. Now that's an interesting location. Because I would assume that I would need something like we might need speed booster again over here actually for bomb spark, because what's it called? The cross bomb is not going to be enough to do that for me, I don't think. Do we have a speed booster runway? Yes, we do. Basically have to speed boost, do the slide, charge up down here, get into the ball, and then boost to the right. Yeah, that's plenty of time. That's fairly generous, in fact. We can definitely do it that way. I charged a little too early, but no, we'll get it. Fairly simple. Okay, next. There's a top corner. We'll do the top corner last because we will want to go up to Dyron next at the end. So we'll check this lower location with the wave beam first. That's just going to be a straight drop down this area back into the outside of the former Emmy zone. And then, yeah, further down. And then this is going to be the wave beam gate down here. Oh, I got locked in. No, I didn't. That's a slide. Okay. Yeah, this is purely a Varia suit check followed by a speed booster check. Well, this is straightaway here allows me to build up a speed booster, perhaps. Wait, let's take these guys out first. Unless you're supposed to prolong a speed booster all the way down here. I mean, are there slopes we can use? Not really. Do a quick scan down here. Ah, left side. That seems important. It tells me that if I can go around, maybe that's how to do it. Yeah, because to get up here with the speed booster, I would need to come around this side first. So there is a bunch of stuff that I'm missing, I think, in terms of our whole access way over there, and so we'll have to check to see what we can do. Nice, always appreciate when a Metroid game kind of taps into your multi-room spatial awareness. Look at the robots that are being built in the background, too. I just love being able to admire the background art from time to time, especially when you are out here in the heat outside the climate-controlled chambers that are built for the people who actually work here. And, okay, there we go. Power bomb, yeah, that's fairly simple. And if you blow this up with a speed booster, then you're in good shape. Okay, there we go. 2 out of 4, and so yeah, we can expect 2 more energy parts and probably 1 more energy tank in what remains of the map. Okay, 95%. Only thing left here is to go up to the speed booster location up there. That's once again just going to be a challenge based on preserving the speed boost, I think. And we probably know how to do that. You've got the beam block over here. Probably just build up a run along this straightaway. Slide and then continue jumping over. And because you're going straight left to right, you should be able to preserve these charge all the way up here. And then pop that. Yeah, it's nice that you can just kind of map this out in your head using the map screen, in fact. But I feel like there's a far greater degree of granularity when it comes to planning your speed booster movements compared to, of course, the old grid system of Metroid maps in the past. Speaking of which, let's figure out what the path up there is going to be. We want to eventually get up to the lift. Yeah, we have a couple of different ways to do that, so. Just need to screw attack everything and along our way. Make it past all of these zones that we had formerly seen. And yeah, getting close. We'll just make sure we take out this beam block. My concern is that this beam block will respawn, actually. I think you need to actually shoot that on your way in and then slide. So you shoot that, slide, and then you'd probably need to jump pretty accurately here until you get to this point. So charge location is probably going to be here, I'm guessing. You can prolong the charge until that point. Anyway, grab some X-Parasites. And remember to slide timing, of course. I guess if you land out of the slide, then that actually does kill the boost, if I understand it correctly. We'll have to test that out a few times. Yeah, landing here is the issue. Well, the other thing we can do is see if we can hit a slope. We can hit a slope, in fact, because these are slopes. And so if you do just a sideways shine spark into one of those, maybe That's all there is to it, so... Then you can refresh from there. Here we go. So yeah, all about the slopes. That's all it is. That's 100% in Cataris. We're getting closer. We're only missing 2 zones then. We're missing Bayron and Ferenia, and then we pretty much go straight up to the finish. 70% here. Let's see what's going on. We know that we had trouble with this guy, again, using the speed booster earlier. And now that we kind of have a better idea of how to launch the speed booster in midair, I think that's doable. I think I know exactly how to do that, in fact. The main issue being the bomb blocks. If this is our wind-up location here, we need to build up the spark before we go through the bombs. Once we've done that, yeah, the timing is going to be a little bit weird because you pretty much have to do screw attack in midair and then do a diagonal up there, which previously we were just missing. But then from there, we'll see how much we are actually lacking. There's one other thing I want to look for in Dyrun from an aesthetic perspective. And we'll point that out in just a bit. Perhaps if I remember which room it was in and how to get there. But in the meantime, we'll just kind of wait a bit as we take the train across. Yeah, so if we look at the mission log, really the boss log, we did a ton of stuff in the last session. We began with the screw attack and did everything up to what we have now with the fights in Hanuvia. No events to log since, but of course, in the session before that, we faced Z57. Z57, of course, was the creature that was originally here being zapped in a lab, like its carcass was being zapped in a lab here in Dyrun. And it gets taken over by the X-Parasites, and it goes all the way over to Cataris to block the generator. And so I kind of want to look for its original location here just to see what has changed with the background. I think it was somewhere around this area. And since we're going to be doing collectibles anyway, we'll probably be in the neighborhood. Let me just make sure we can see what else there is. That seems to be the only 10 missile. There may be some locations on the map that we haven't really uncovered here. Let's deselect that. Any standard missiles marked in gold? Doesn't appear so. So one thing to keep in mind on this map then is that I think we actually have a fair number of collectibles which have not yet been mapped. And so I do have to look out for that, like whether we have locations that have not been properly checked yet. Is anything glowing? No, but I guess when we get up to this thing here, we'll see how many percentage points it covers. I was thinking that since this divides into an even 70%, maybe it's going to be 10% per item or something. But if that's the case, then... Oh yes, we haven't done the energy part here because we didn't know how to do the speed booster. Okay, so that's 2 accounted for. Let's see, energy parts. And possibly, because we haven't actually finished mapping this upper location yet, there might be something additional that we haven't seen, so... Yeah, we have 2 items accounted for. There should be a third somewhere, and a third, if it's not showing up on a highlighter, is probably going to be something like a full-scale energy tank. Currently, I don't see where on the map we haven't looked. And so that's going to be important, I think. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled, because, yeah, it's very clear to me that we're not actually finished with the mapping itself. Oh, no, here's the power bomb, yeah. Power bomb, yeah, okay, all 3 are accounted for. We have the power bomb, we have the 10 missile, and we have the energy part. So power bomb will probably come first in terms of just being on our way. Okay, so we do have everything. Yeah, for the past several Metroid games, it's like the designers have really wanted you to get 100%. I've noticed that ever since Echoes... Not Echoes, since Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, rather. And it was kind of like that for Other M, which... Well, it had a bit of a weird half to 100% because only way you could do that was to also play post-credits. You couldn't actually get 100% before the credits. And I always kind of disagreed with that, but 100% was still fairly trivial to do, I think. Samus Returns, of course, has one of the most generous tracking systems imaginable in terms of mapping out where collectibles are going to be placed, and so that was an easy 100%. So pretty much every major release since Prime 3 Corruption in this series has made going for that fairly simple, whereas I found that in a lot of past games before that, you know, you would hit the saturation point at about 80-90% if you don't have some kind of external resource to double check what you had not traversed on the map. Particularly because if you remember Super Metroid's map, the markers don't actually distinguish what you have or haven't seen. Okay, both of these are going to be Shine Spark challenges, which is why I'd given up on them previously. Let's go downstairs first, then. Oops. And, oh, I probably should have gone to the right there. Yeah, so this was the room where Experiment Z57 was, and you can see that it's just completely broken out because we killed it. But I was wondering about how that would be corroborated in the artwork afterwards, and now we know. Okay, so we want to go down here. It's going to be speed ramp. It's going to be a pretty tight speed timing to hit that, but I think I know now how to do the mid-air Shine Spark. Using the shot to just kind of reset your position. Yeah. So, how do we actually get down there? Down here. And here we go. What was this slot? I never actually tried it, I think. Just a whole lot of nothing. Might have been an M event originally. But it's hard to tell now that the map has been transformed. Anyway, down we go. This was nothing. Did we overshoot? I totally overshot. It's this area here. That's okay. We'll just go straight right with Speed Booster and get on up. In fact, if we head straight right to speed booster... Yeah, there's a little bit of a ramp here, but I don't think I could actually hit that necessarily. Oh, speed booster blocks over here. Yeah, you can totally do it because you can bomb spark this way. I wonder what that gets me, though. No, it seems like we'd previously done that already. That's... Yeah, we'd previously come here with speed booster blocks, I think. Or had we? Yeah, we must have, although... I think these speed booster blocks are actually a clue for how to do this then. So yeah, instead of going up top, you go up in the bottom, and... Once again, just an environmental clue here that I didn't consider previously, that the only point to these speed booster blocks is to show you that it is... possible to build a bomb spark in that location, but why would you want to? Because if you bust it all the way over here... Oh, maybe they stay broken. Then... I'm not really sure, but let's break it anyway, just to see if that reveals anything interesting. Nope, we want to duck before we hit the wall. Nope, wrong button. Nope, my mistake. Just a couple of input errors here. We know how to prolong it to get over to the bomb spark location, though. The ball spark, I should say. But then what? You've broken it open. What does that do for you? Oh, you know what? No, because you can slide and then preserve whatever's going on here. Yeah. Okay, no, I understand it. Because if you spark here, then you get into the run, roll over here, you build, and then over here, you can get up top. Okay, I think I get it. Yeah, I just needed a clear head of a new series of attempts, I guess, to really understand how to do this. I better clear out the X-parasites, of course, just in case we have to do anything to reload in. But yeah, the speed booster blocks should say destroyed, and that solves the problem entirely, really. There we go. No, I missed. Yeah. I just barely missed, in fact. But that's the right pattern for sure. It shouldn't take me long to do it. You build up the spark on a slope, and then you just make sure you get the slide to prolong everything as long as you can. Okay. Nope. My mistake. Wanted to do the somersault jump there. But that's okay. These are easy fixes. It's partly a bit of an execution concern in terms of just, you know, pressing the right buttons, but in terms of the timing, this pattern gives you plenty of time to finish off what you're supposed to do. Hang on. Yeah. Nope, missed. We really need to take some of these guys out, of course. If they do respawn. Nope, still missed. Timing was fine, I just don't have the right positioning there. Partly a muscle memory thing, going into the shot to straighten out of the screw attack. Yeah, because you pretty much need to do shot and then hit the jump button immediately to do the midair spark, which is the missing piece that we had to deal with. Nope. Hit the ledge. Yeah, a lot of the execution here is going to take a few repeated attempts. Just because a lot of things can go wrong. Here we are. Very nice. 2 more to go. Oh, I totally didn't... no, I did get the power bomb. Okay. So we're missing more items than I thought, because each of these items is only 5%. Rather than the 10 I was assuming. That's because... Well, let's check for more power bombs, I guess. Because that's one thing that I didn't actually try to ping. No, all accounted for. Okay, so what are we missing then? Energy part has been acquired. So, I mean, at least part of this is simply that we are missing perhaps an additional item that's trapped in there, but what am I actually missing on the map? Like, is there anything that's sort of completely blank? Or an exit that I hadn't considered? Because in terms of the actual mapping, I don't see any glowing spots, but I also don't see any of the existing pingable items as giving me anything additional, so... Yeah, because missiles all pretty much accounted for. Glowing spots on the map, all accounted for. Energy parts, we know which one we're getting. That's not going to be 20%, that's just going to be 5% of the collectibles. So we're missing a lot of stuff, actually. It's like, maybe there's a whole destructible opening or room that we haven't even looked at yet. Like, you know, down in one of those notches or slots. In fact, yeah, we may as well check that. Sometimes those spots do look rightly suspicious in terms of opening up entire rooms. Otherwise, we're going to have to comb over this whole zone fairly carefully, and that's something we haven't had to do yet. And just given that generally, it was not hard to see what we had or hadn't done. But yeah, something tells me that I'm just missing a whole section somewhere. And we'll have to traverse this carefully to find out what that's all about. Beam block, could never open that one up. Got all these pipe segments everywhere. I got this little blank patch here that looks kind of suspicious in terms of being a little patch that was never filled in. Yeah, you kind of have to zoom in sometimes to see if it's just blank or Yeah, because as you can see, this is a darker element here. Well, let's do the energy part first. And then figure out what to do from there. Maybe there's more to see on my way up. But we'll have to look around fairly carefully. Like I was saying, no glowing spots, but we had situations before where the lack of a glowing spot still just told you that nothing that was an item was within range of it, but a room might have been within range. Like, no items might have been within the scanner's view, but you might have missed a fairly sizable unlock regardless. So, for example, if we come here, this looks suspicious. And that's nothing. Well, hopefully we won't have to scan too much of this map here. Hang on. Yeah, energy part is way up over here. Is there going to be a faster way to do that? Doesn't really seem so. Okay, let's just head on up then. One thing I hadn't considered, of course, is whether there was maybe a boss room that we wanted to revisit. Because in the past, that has sometimes been responsible for some of the missing locations. Energy part there is taken care of. Yeah, I wonder what we could possibly be missing then. We didn't check the top corner over here, but that's just the top corner. That's not likely to be much. Yeah, the likeliest candidates are probably going to be things like these dark unaccounted slots that are just in the middle of the map. Well, let's get up here first and see what we're dealing with. It's like these sections, like this section just totally opened up when I poked the right wall before. And if it's something like that, we need to be aware of that as a possibility. So, in the meantime, quite a lot can be done just with pinging the map and seeing if maybe there was something with the wave beam or other such items that would give me what I want. Storm missile block was down a while ago, nothing to see there. And one came in. Yeah, if you don't want to be spoiled, you'll probably want to dip out fairly quickly, because I am just doing the rest of my 100% sweep before I go to the final boss. I'm fairly close to 100%. I'm expecting that I will be able to do the remaining items plus the final boss this stream, but one came in. If you don't want to be spoiled, you can always catch up on some of the older VODs as you play past the early sections of the game. If you wanted to see how I've been doing and compare notes or anything. But thanks for dropping by to say hello regardless. Glad to see you here. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I think we don't have too much viewership here for many of the streams. I totally understand that people want to play this for themselves, and I would do the same. We have had a few people who are ahead of me in progress who did drop by afterwards after finishing the game. But yeah, this is the 5th session that we've had so far. Let's see, nothing too suspicious. So we better do something about this. Yeah, it's going to be something involving the slopes, I think, and involving... Ooh, curious. Well, we'll see. We'll see. No, was trying to go right there so I could hit the slope. I think hitting the slope is going to be all that's going to be about, and then you just go from there. Then maybe I need to reload that immediately. Like, hit the slope and just reload while I'm on the slope. Because that's the only slope that I see in this layout. And that might be the only way to do it. However, if you build up a run over here, then you would be able to spark on this slope. Come over here, recharge. That might give you enough time, actually. I don't like that idea. Except you would drop all the way down, that's the issue. No, I think you need the slope for sure. Just a matter of figuring out how to do that. Nope. To go right and then down immediately as you hit. I don't actually know if that's going to work. Oh, that's totally going to work. Perfect. Perfect. 85%. Now we need to sweep everything here. Never did check the left side of this room, maybe. There's something going on. But if not, we have a lot of map to look at. All the way here. So, 3 items accounted for. That's significant. And so significant that I don't know what could possibly be going on. Could be, I think I checked lava previously. I mean, this is a big enough map, I don't even know where to begin with this. Like, we'd have to comb over this quickly to see what I could possibly not have unlocked. There's this segment over there, that's fairly straightforward. Maybe something got unlocked over here, I don't know. Yeah, because what I wasn't expecting was that navigation, actually finding the remaining items would be a challenge. Full energy tank. Do we have any other full energy tanks? No, not mapped yet. I don't think we have anything mapped. Like, we're just missing 3 items straight up. Okay, that's a huge limitation, actually. We'll just have to pretty much scan every room, probably. Until something reveals itself. We actually just scanned this slot here. That looks suspicious. The fact that it's nothing glowing tells me that it's out of some boundary. Let's take a look at some of the zone connections here, because maybe there's some additional zone connection that I never built. Yeah, 2 lifts over there. And just 1 over here. Got the way down from Vernia. That's used already, okay, so it's not going to be that. How could I possibly be missing that much? Wonder if there's anything with Wave Beam or Super Missile that I haven't touched in this zone, given that last time we were here, those were not available. This section here looks a little bit suspicious. I thought I checked that when it was last year. Oh no, I checked this. I didn't check this. Maybe that is something. But I thought I'd used a scan pulse in that room, so. Maybe not. We'll just have to scan every room, I think. How could I possibly be missing 3 parts? I mean, let's check Speed Booster, actually. Let's... if we can find that. Mr. Influential, we're doing great. I made a fair bit of a breakthrough, in fact. Some of the stuff that I was having trouble with yesterday, I figured it out in terms of how to use the Speed Booster. And so we've cleaned up 100% in multiple zones today. We just did this one, this one, this one. We have 2 more to go, but the thing is, currently, the remaining items in this zone, I don't actually see them on my map, and so it's located in some place that I have not mapped yet. And if I haven't mapped yet, I don't know where it could be. Beam blocks open that up. None of that is darkened. Maybe it is something in a central section like that. We should actually check it. And you want to go with number 102? Yeah, we can do that today. Let me just take a moment to bring that up since we're going to be thinking about the map here anyway. Yeah, just give me one moment while we get prepared. About 102, rather, 102. Yeah, I think I'd done this one a while ago, but it's always good to revisit all of these. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 102. My love is strengthened, though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less to show appear. That love is merchandised, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but into spring, when I was wont to greet it with my lays, as Philomel in summer's front doth sing, and stops her pipe in growth of riper days. Not that the summer is less pleasant now than when her mournful hymns did hush to night, but that wild music burdens every bough, and sweets grown common lose their dear delight. Therefore, like her, I sometime hold my tongue, because I would not dull you with my song. Okay, thank you. Let's go on. Still kind of looking at this map and just trying to wonder, why have we not checked? Because it's probably some kind of destructible block on some corner. I thought we probably wouldn't have to do this because I was fairly exhausted about actually scanning this place. But if we're missing something, it is likely that it's going to fill in some of these more awkward locations that look like they're just sort of empty interior. I don't know how many maps have that already, though. Like, every map kind of has a place like that here and there, even if you do have 100% of collectibles. So I think spatially that doesn't actually tell me anything. I guess we'll go down. Let's check top right first. And just check every room as we go. Yeah, nothing. This was the initial bomb location. Oh, and only one way out? Okay. And yeah, Mr. Influential, always nice to provide a bit of enlightenment with our entertainment. Yeah, we're missing something big. It's an entire room somewhere. Where was it I wanted to check? How could I possibly be missing that much? It is a huge zone. I mean, you have to give it some credit for that, I suppose. Central unit over here. Yeah, this whole central area, maybe. Maybe there is something. But there has to be a reason that it's not glowing, possibly because the items are not themselves concealed. I don't exactly know what the rule is for that sort of thing, but... yeah, we hadn't actually walked around a central section previously, and that's something we know because of the way the map is grayed here and there. But, yeah, nothing really going on over here. Oh, some kind of endgame power bomb slot or anything to that effect. We should actually check this column here in case there's a secret passage to the right. Nope, nothing. Only 85%, really. I can't imagine how it would be missing 3 entire items. Item spheres are obviously not going to be it. Whoops. Energy parts accounted for. Missiles done, power bombs done, as far as we can see. Maybe I should look for power bomb blocks. So that might be a relative subtlety that we haven't thought about too hard yet. Need to figure out where that power bomb section was, of course, in the first place. Use that, okay, yeah. Looks like there's potential room for expansion down here. That maybe has been untapped given how everything down there looks. Now, that might not be a bad candidate. Let's check it. Yeah, strange to run into this roadblock here, given that we've had 0 navigational issues with power-ups up to this point. There's the whole bottom segment here. I haven't checked that at all. That is not part of the original Emmy escape, so maybe this is something, actually. Nope, nothing. Ah, wait. Grapple point. Yep, that's it. Found it. Found one thing, anyway. That just opens up a passage to something we already know. Okay, that's not helpful. Yeah, that's just a pitfall block for sure. nothing glowing anywhere. Maybe it has to do with the speed booster tracks. Or maybe even the arrival locations. Now, why was access closed up there? Not that one. Not this one. Maybe something with grapple? I don't know. We check down here. Right, because we wanted to check that pit. Where am I? There we go. In that case, we want to go down and to the left. Probably. It seemed like a suspicious looking shortcut that we just opened up. Well, I may as well explore this space completely in case there's anything hanging around ceilings. Right, we had just checked that, in fact. So that's not going to be it. Maybe something breakable with the speed booster that we just haven't revealed. Well, lots of speed boosting all over the place, actually. But I wonder if any of the current speed booster blocks would give away the positioning of something we have not yet scanned. This, however, was all relevant to the previous interaction that we had, so not going to be anything like that. This stuff we'd broken open. Oh, interestingly enough, I broke this open, but oh, I guess all I did was grab that one missile. I don't know if maybe there's something else that's going on. We check this, we check that. Where could it be? This I thought I checked, but it might be worth a look anyway. Yeah, a lot of the tubes I have not checked. Huh. Okay, got that out of the way. Yeah, let's check some of these previous rooms in case there's something to be revealed. Not so, this is just a power room. Yeah, we had checked the fire pits. I'm a little bit stumped. We had checked a lot of this stuff. Whether it goes down any lower or anything to that effect. Well, let's wrap around anyway. See if we can backtrack away to somewhere informative. I mean, might also be some of these more cavernous entrances. Did we do anything with this guy here that's used? Oh, right, because that was ripped to the lower level. Is there a power bomb door that I can tag with my scanner? Or beam? No. Yeah, a lot of launchers everywhere. I wonder... if there's any other interaction involved there. Yeah, if I can't see it on the map soon, I might do... Ferenia first, since we have a few items we can work on there, and then we'll probably come back and struggle with it some more. But where are the power bomb slots? Let's see here. Beam block. I mean, considering that I just used it, you would think that I would know. Yeah, that's not the case. Hang on, let me just mark the power bomb tanks in case there's any other insight. Okay, here it is. Power bomb block. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Missing 3 items though. Let's go to the Artaria hub. Nope, not through here. Okay. Just gonna scan pretty quickly. It'd be rather exhaustive too. Scan every room that we actually have access to until something sticks. Right, and that was exit only for the track anyway. Okay, so that is a one-way. But the fact that it's a one-way tells me that maybe there's something here that we haven't checked. So for example, look at how this zone is glowing. It's just that we didn't understand that that was perhaps a glow. Yeah, no, I think we will have to go back to Artaria and try to do that then. Before we exit up here. I think that's where it is. For that, we go to the yellow teleportal. Okay, I think we actually have found it. Or at least found something. Very deeply buried. And that would explain why we hadn't checked it, because we just have never really had a reason to backtrack to that lift and come in from Artaria the slow but original way. Anyway, we'll just hold up and see that, because yeah, the last time I would have touched that room was when we completed the loop going up to the yellow teleportal to complete the circuit where teleportal goes one way and lift goes the other. In that case, we'll go up on the left side. Yeah. Okay. it all the way up here. Might as well check some of this. Just in case there's something that we have yet to reveal. No, actually, this is still in Artaria, so... The answer is no, we have nothing to reveal. We just need to make it back to that entry location. Yeah, we'll take this up and we will take our time with that first room. Just in case there's something. Yeah, it's located in such a way that I could potentially see it opening up multiple pickups. 3 at once, though? It seems rather lofty. Anyway, yeah, I was expecting the Shine Sparks to be the big roadblock. I was not expecting navigation in this zone to be equally an obstacle, if not more so. Okay, so is there something? Yes. How much something? Just one? No, there's a whole door over here, so there's lots of stuff that we can deal with, in fact. No, this is going to be grapple. Hang on. We should do the manual aim, in fact. We need to figure out how to get to the left side of that door. Anyway, power bomb that doesn't actually require the power bomb. That's a bit of a pattern in this game. Now that's interesting, because there's an exit door here, implying that there's a whole section here that we haven't seen. Possibly join with the other worm zone, so let's maybe do that. Okay, so I could see that potentially giving me 2 more items if it's really that much space to work with. So let's go back to the hot zone then and see what we can deal with. Okay. Oh, it's not connected. Unless I could bomb the location or something. I guess purple teleportal would do the job. Where's the purple teleportal? It's over here. There's got to be a faster way to do it though, right? Potentially involving the launchers. Let's see if we can find some entry points. For anything I haven't used. Yeah. Goes down there, that goes down there. We've seen all of that. I wonder if there is a way down. If you can break open that location somehow. Yes, you can. Okay, that resolves that. I'm thinking there's got to be one way forward. There we go. And we break that. There we are. whole section here, big section in fact, that may account for it. Grapple up top, missile up top. Let's check for anything broken on this pathway. Grapple over there, okay. And yeah, a whole bunch of stuff in the lava as well. I could definitely see this being a missile plus one additional collectible down low. Yeah, I can see why I missed all of this in terms of not having thought about this location previously. Yeah, no, I see why. Because there was the blinking clue the whole time. And the blinking clue inside the white boundary box here. I didn't see it because the blinking clue just pretty much overlaps this box, and it's all the way in that corner there that is just very nondescript. So yeah, the map was actually perfectly fair about giving me all the information I needed. I just stared at it and had a bit of tunnel vision for the longest time. So this looks very much like some kind of speed booster is going to happen. That is 100%. That took way too long. So we'll go back to Ferenia. Now, there's one thing I'm really curious about in Ferenia, which is this boss room is where we encountered what's his face? Quiet Robe. And Quiet Robe was taken over by an X-Parasite, which was why the Emmys were reactivated. So, the thing is, the parasite-infested Quiet Robe, where has he gone? Is he somebody that we're going to encounter again later in the final section, or can we actually find him still kind of camping around here and trying to operate machines? Well, I will want to take the left side lift so we can go for that missile tank right there. And in order to do that, we're going to go all the way back up. In fact, we can connect over to this launcher, and the launcher can take me up. Okay, great. Great, that resolves a lot. Just took me way too long to spawn. Power it up. Whoops, no. Not there. And in terms of the path, yeah, we'll just go straight left and to the other lift. And nothing too much to see around here. This was mostly just speed booster tutorial land. Am I still on track, or... Oh, I totally overshot. Okay. Serves me right for not zooming out the map from time to time. Oh, you can hit the robot spawning locations too with the screw attack working the way it does. Yeah, we want to save for sure. Given how long it took me to mop up 100% here. Okay, let's go. So yeah, we'll check the former boss room for sure, because I'm very, very curious. But then we'll want to sweep the rest of Ferenia after that. The main thing is that we do need to figure out the one or two boost locations that I don't have yet. Currently at 71%, so that's rounded to some number, about 29% remaining. I just try to work out the arithmetic here in terms of how that could possibly divide efficiently. Yeah, but we'll see how many percentage points each collectible is going to add here. This thing... Yeah, it looks like you blow that up. And then maybe as you drop. As you drop, you do the shoot and fire, maybe. No. Let's figure out how the bomb drop works. I think maybe if you bomb drop out of that gracefully, then you hit jump. And then that would allow you to get the boost. No. Plenty of distance. Whoops. Yeah, and then if you kind of do screw attack off that ledge, then you can do the fire and spark. Just need to be very quick about it. Hang on. Ramming into the door every time. Nope, that was the right idea, I just didn't hit the input very well. There we go. Okay, not hard at all once you understand the screw attack, beam shot, shine spark combo. Which is just a matter of hitting Y immediately followed by hitting B. Possibly it's even doable with them together, but I don't really know what the button priority would be. That's one taken care of. That was 78%, so these divide into 7. That tells me probably about 3 objects remaining, perhaps. And that would hopefully add up nicely. Yeah, missile tank. That's 1. And we have 2 more elsewhere here. So let's scan the map first of all. Missiles all accounted for in terms of the rooms that I've seen. As you can see, there's a room that I haven't seen down here. We should check that first before anything else. And yeah, I'll also go down and check the boss room, the former boss room, because I'm curious. And yeah, no sign of the guy. So if X-infested Quiet Robe and actually returns in some fashion, we'll have to find out about that. But probably nothing here that we don't already know about. Yeah, okay. We have multiple locations we haven't seen. There's this whole thing down here. And there's this whole area down here. So there's actually lots to look at. Because you would need to go up top to where one would have dropped down to the whole boss sequence the first time in this zone. I think I just haven't really returned here since then, and that's why a lot of this is unfamiliar. Grab the ledge, look at that power bomb right up there. Hang on. Now how do I... no, he has bomb jump up there actually, and then like do cross bomb. Blow everything up. Probably could have just done that on the ground too. Okay, that's one accounted for. here's some new material over here. And is the screen glowing at me? Maybe it is. Yeah, we still have more to see on the right over here, so... as well complete the mapping. Anything glowing? Well, we know this guy's missing. That's a 10. That's the only one of its type. This location here, yes. And that's a one-way door, so yep. That's fairly simple, actually. In fact, lots of ME passages all over the place that I hadn't really completed. So some of these are just shortcuts that I simply did not play with when I was traversing the ME zone. Perhaps in a state of mild panic. So the question is, anything else that we haven't really seen? Energy part, let's take a look. No, it's going to be some corner of the map that we haven't uncovered. As you saw just now, there's quite a lot in the way of territory that I just hadn't even looked at last time I was here. Ah, no, here's the glowing spot. It's going to be up here somewhere in this box. Did I do the storm missile already? Yes, I did, but we have some unfinished business there, so we'll head over and try to wrap that up. Okay. Might as well just blow everything up we can. And find that they are all pitfall blocks except, of course, for the screw attack location over here. Okay. Alright, I see. Power bomb followed by grapple, but then where do you stand for grapple? No, you don't want a power bomb. Then you want to do cross bomb on the right side because then you can stand on the left side. If I understand it correctly. There we go. And then you can still do cross bomb and then make it over after that. Or do power bomb, actually, just... yeah, I need to figure out how to drop. Just need to get out of the morph ball when I'm there, then. There we go. Yeah, getting out of the morph in midair using the fast morph button was really the key to this whole thing. Okay, screw attack to get out of there, that's fine. Be understandable. Oops. Okay, one energy tank remaining, actually. Perhaps. Maybe not even that, because that could also just be all the energy tanks if I'm counting 12 of them total. Yeah, I don't know if the last bar ever fills up. And the reason I say that is because we only have one more collectible here, and then we're at 100% everywhere. So possibly the last energy tank would be in the final zone, which would be very similar then to how things were laid out in Zero Mission, in fact. Where Zero Mission had just one really difficult energy tank. That was a bit of a screw attack positioning test. In literally the very last room before the final boss, and so maybe you don't get dropped to a boss encounter right away, you just get one last crack at an energy tank before that. But anyway, we need to get this guy. That should be the last one in this zone. So let's head back up. And yeah, that's going to be to the left over here. And this thing, yeah. So here's the thing. We need to do a cross bomb to get across those tiles. Likely, we need to... Yeah, one thing that I didn't know the last time I was here was that you could use the somersault jump to save the charge before you get in through here. You charge up here, do that, cross bomb, bomb, and then maybe that gives you enough time to do the spark. I don't think there's any particular purpose to going to the left side here. This is just to tell you that the normal ball spark is not going to be the right solution. But yeah, you do need to shoot this in advance, I think. Otherwise, you don't get across, so... we'd better kill this guy so he doesn't block the door. No. Okay, not enough room to do that, then. We do need a charge in the bottom. Oh, come on. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, that's not going to work. I do have to charge in the bottom layer then. Yeah, and then... How many shots does it take? One shot here like that will actually do it. Yeah, that's maybe the way to do it, is that you charge up, do one shot, no, you don't want to do that. Cross bomb, bomb, jump. Don't know if I'll have time to do that. It's about a 5-second cooldown, I think, after you. Nope, too late. That is a tight timing. I feel like the shot is an issue there. Is there something like a slope that I can use here? Slope here, that isn't going to help. However, if you go from the left side instead, A, you don't have to deal with the door, and B, maybe you have a smoother transition up to this location when you charge up, because then you can shoot in advance as you're going over. So, yeah. Knowing that I can keep my dash charge is pretty essential. However, oh no, maybe that lock actually prevents me from doing this. Okay, no, we do have to do it from the other side then. Maybe when we're here, we do that and shoot quickly. Come on. Guy trying to block the door as usual. Nope. Not enough time for the power bomb either, I don't think. Given that you need the cross bomb to get across. And... you don't want to do the slide either. Yeah, maybe I'm a bit late on the second bomb as well. That if you come up here, shoot. No, you don't want to do it like that. Shoot. Nope. Let's test this. Don't want to accidentally slide. Nope. You fired a shot. Slide is... Yeah, you have to let the stick return to neutral, and then... It's very slow. But then, as you're going over, you lay a second cross bomb, I think. Like this. And then you jump immediately. Because you can't wait for this second bomb delay. Like, shoot. No. Long cooldown there. Nah. Not a great position. I think you have to... Yeah, I think this is just a pure execution thing, that I should actually be able to do it. It's just that yeah, it may be the right pattern. I mean, there's a certain implication that you do want to maybe try to bomb spark across, but there's no slope to go over to. Reset that afterwards. I don't think there's a way to cancel out of the bomb, the ball spark rather. If I can retain speed and charge up on the top, that'd be great. No. Kind of specifically prevents that. Fine. Nope. Too far. And then the slide is, as usual, annoying. Because you need to jump immediately like that. Nope, and the slide, once again, kind of killing me here. However, you slide early. Maybe you can do it. Like, you slide a bit earlier. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. And then slide in there instead. Like, you jump up, shoot. Nope. Jump up, shoot, slide, bomb. Nope. Jump up, shoot, slide, bomb. Needs to be a lot cleaner. Jump up, shoot, slide, No. Yeah. Jump, shoot, slide. And then really need to lean into the cross bomb there. Shoot. Yeah, if you slide too late, you just go straight over pitfalls, and then maybe that will do it. Really need to shave that timing. I think timing-wise, this is probably the most challenging one yet, but makes sense given that it is literally our last collectible, I think. Nope, too far. Just missed a slide that time. Okay. Too far. Maybe there's an easier way to do it. Does seem unusually stringent. I'm shooting too close. Like, shoot and slide needs to have like an additional tile or two. Nope. Too much momentum. There's definitely enough time with this method. It's just that it needs a lot more precision. And I need to get into the slide. The issue is that every time I'm getting into the slide, I'm going too late. And it's carrying me forward too far. Nope. I still feel like I should be shooting those blocks from the bottom, to be honest. Yeah. If you do that, then with slightly better timing, like maybe just by shooting continuously. Oh. Bad time for these guys to respawn, of course. After many attempts. Yeah, if you shoot from the bottom, then you save a bit of time that way. And have a better opportunity to actually position the crossbomb. This guy is also annoying. Let's get rid of him. Nope. Slide is once again pulling everything here. Nope, too late. Just barely too late. Nope, missed. Miss. Okay. Yeah, execution-wise, this does feel like the hardest one. We have a clear strategy, it's just that the positioning is, in some ways, a little bit awkward. Because you need a very exact block to do it. Nope. Okay. Nope. Didn't get a charge. Nope. Well, definitely a bit of a driving test here for the player. Nope. Once again, too much of a slide. It's just... like, if this is there... then I need to make sure that it's a cross bomb rather than a standard bomb, which is part of the issue. the inputs need to be pretty exact in terms of sequence. Nope. Speed block puzzles in this were a real pain. I figured out most of them in this sitting, actually. I had totally forgotten about the ramp interaction that was also present in the GBA games in terms of using the ramps to reset the speed booster. Even though I'd played the GBA games fairly recently, I just didn't think of trying them until today when I started this session. So when I did that, I mopped up everything, and this is literally the last collectible I have. And I'm pretty sure I have the right strategy for it, it's just that the timing is really tight. Anyway, glad to see you here, Tempest Dunk. Hope everything has been well. And yeah, I'm just doing the 100% mop-up. That's literally the only thing left before I go to the endgame zone for the first time. And so I was hoping to get 100% plus the final boss today. Yeah, the thing about the speed booster... I mean, the speed booster has always had undocumented behavior in, I think, every Metroid game that it has appeared in. So I'm no stranger to that. It's more that the speed booster challenges that were in, I think it was either Fusion or Zero Mission, were laid out in such a way that they would kind of organically teach you to use the ramp. And here, I didn't quite know that. I did find everything out via experimentation in terms of like using the screw attack to preserve momentum when you're building the dash before you actually activate the Shine Spark. Like, I understood some of that stuff, and as soon as I found it, I was able to do everything the way I wanted, but until that point, not so much, so... Nope. Miss. Yeah, this is the hardest one execution-wise for me so far. In that I really do wonder if I'm even doing the right method here. But I can't think of a better one because I can't quite get a charge in this location instead to save time, rather than charging down here. And I also can't quite seem to... Well, I mean, I know you can't do ball spark across because it just takes you to the left side room. So my strategy, I think, is correct. Like, the timing is right. It's just that my spacing when I'm going in is so inaccurate that I always fall off this lip here. Yeah, because the way I'm trying to do it is I want to do a pre-shot, charge up, jump up here, slide in, cross bomb, bomb, and then spark. There's clearly time to do it. But I'm just missing the spacing on every attempt. No. To get the shot angle here. Nope. I don't know if I was just too far from the crossbomb or something, but trying to position it is actually really pretty tricky. Like, you slide and then crossbomb. Yeah, it should have taken me straight over, but maybe I was too far from it. Done. And once again, these guys are back. Let's destroy all of these. Don't exactly know what the respawn rule on them is, so... Anyway, I take it because you're talking about the late game puzzles, Tempest Funk, that you're already finished in total. And whoops. But yeah, this was hopefully to be my finale session. Really depends at this stage on my ability to do this one thing here. And I get the sense from the energy bar that maybe there's one energy tank still unaccounted for in the final section, but we can deal with that when we get to it. That's just my non-spoiler suspicion. Too late. too late. Once again, cross-bomb positioning was killing me. Did your 100% clear on hard mode? Okay, okay. Yeah, I wasn't actually clear on whether they had... I guess the traditional hard mode is just restarting a new file on top of the existing file, right? Like using the New Game Plus start and selecting hard. I am still on my first run, obviously, so I don't know if I'll do that, but... Given how this game in general is much more kind of combat focused, maybe I will do it just to try it, but I don't know if I'll do it on stream. I think it's something to work on separately. I usually don't really go for the speed benchmarks in Metroid games either. I usually just tend to be a bit of a 100% normal player, and I find some sequence breaks and I leave it at that. But I mean, I have never really cared about the timer so much as just trying to find interesting alternate strategies for doing things. And here in this game, I find that the most flexibility for that is likely to be in the ME sequences in terms of replayability. It felt good going through the game as fast as you could, exactly, yeah. Yeah, because a lot of the hardest stuff in here is kind of instant kill anyway, right? Or... I mean, you need to dodge the bosses cleanly, you need to dodge the MEs completely. I can't imagine that the traditional hard mode adjustments would really adjust that much, except for some of the more damaging boss fights. But, of course, I haven't played that. But yeah, this one's been satisfying enough that I'm much more tempted than usual for a Metroid game to try to get a fast time on a second playthrough. Because from what I was seeing on my initial read-through, like, a lot of that flexibility is going to come from understanding the ME sequences and how to kind of take an aggressive approach to them. Whereas there doesn't seem to be that much flexibility for sequence breaking in terms of item order, just because so many things are story-locked in a way. No, missed that. There's got to be a better way to do this, but maybe it is just purely a timing check. Yeah, no, I'm missing the cross bomb there too, so that's... Maybe I just shouldn't slide there, I don't know. Nope. Yeah, all of the speed booster behavior has led to me jamming like crazy on this left stick on my controller. Nope. Oh, I see what's going on. Because I'm laying one bomb here, and it's blasting me up, I'm not able to get the jump. So what I need to do is I need to lay a cross bomb here first, and then I prepare the spark. Once I prepare the spark, then I go up right as the bombs detonate. So I drop a second cross bomb here, and then spark right away before the opening is even available. Getting across to that position in the first place has been the harder part, though, so... So I've been doing this thing here for probably about 20 minutes. Nope, didn't get the cross bomb. Just missed a button for it. That's happened a few times. Nope. Nope. Yeah, this is taking longer than it should. But I may be missing a really obvious tweak to the approach. Hang on. But the timing works out well enough with the current approach that I don't want to adjust the strategy too much until I've actually had some clean attempts with it. I just haven't been able to play this cleanly at all, despite my best intentions. So many inputs to do in the meantime, you see. in terms of all the different kind of input sequences that you need muscle memory for. No, I'm pulling back now instead of pulling down to charge the spark. That's the issue there. And yes, Ninjar, I hope you're doing well. Don't know if you've been playing this at all. No, I needed to prepare to jump. That was a good timing. I just forgot to boost at the very end. No, didn't get the cross bomb. Let go to trigger too early. That's purely a muscle memory thing. Come on. That was the right timing. I was just stuck under this corner. It's doable this way. It's just that corner. I don't know if you actually took the same strategy here. You don't need to tell me, of course, because this seems to be working in theory. But you could let me know afterwards, perhaps, if you did something totally different. But I think this is clearly viable. I've seen enough to know that it is viable. There we go. There we go. Yeah, because for example, well, let's screenshot this one because I feel like I earned it as my last collectible on the map. Yeah, 100%. Haven't looked at the last zone yet, of course, but that's 100% right here on everything. So, the one that there were a few that were definitely vulnerable to alternate strategies, I think. I'm trying to find what I'm thinking about. Oh, maybe it is this staircase one here. Yeah, like... Was it that one, or was it something else? I'm trying to see. It might have been... Anyway, there was one Shine Spark pattern using slopes where I didn't end up using slopes. I just ended up using the screw attack the whole time. Can't even remember which zone that was in at this point. But anyway, we got... Oh, no, I know where it was. It was actually here. Yeah, this one here. This staircase. You ran in from the left, wall jumped and slid through to the far right and stored the Shine Spark in that empty area to the right. Wall jumped and slid through to the far right. Oh, interesting. Let me see if I understand what you mean here. I'm not necessarily going to recreate it because I feel done with this, but... Oh, you ran in from the left on the bottom here. Okay. Hang on, let's punch these guys first. Come on. Come on, screw attack, do your job. Sninjar, the goal was to get up into that top chamber that I was located in just now. And I figured it out, but Tempest Funk did it a different way, so I was kind of curious. Like, this door kind of prevents you from building much of a boost going in this way. Wall jumped and slid through the far right. And you stored it here. Oh, you can get speed through that door, okay. I was trying it earlier, and I thought it would be easier to go in from the right side. Ah, okay, you just exit, and then while the door is still open, you do it. Like this. Oh, okay. Okay, actually, that's a lot cleaner. If, that's a lot cleaner, actually. Oh, does wall jump preserve it, though, then? Because I was doing the screw attack thing yesterday, and I thought that if you change directions, then you lose the charge, right? No, I didn't realize about the wall jump, that it preserves all that momentum, too. Yeah, so there are a couple of things that I think I did rather differently. Right, because then you can store here, and then you have a lot more time before you go up. Yeah, that's a lot cleaner. I was thinking that precisely, not with the wall jump, of course, but I was thinking that... originally I was thinking that if I boosted through here, then you kind of get the shot up here. And then I would be able to charge, like, maybe here instead of here, and then I would buy myself a bit more time. But that's a lot cleaner if you can get the charge up here. Because the issue is that if you're going in from the right side, the angle here doesn't work with the forward momentum that you have with the screw attack to charge in this location. Oh, you didn't store until you got to the left. Okay, I see. Right, okay, because... yeah, I guess you have so much momentum at that point that maybe you were able to get the slide over, or... what happened there? Anyway. Yeah, but as I was saying, so a lot of these are vulnerable to multiple strategies. Like this staircase over here, what I did was... that was when I kind of found out organically that I could just do the somersault jump with screw attack all the way up, store here, get up here, and then boost. The other ones I all did earlier in today's sitting, and it would probably be easier if I just pointed to the VOD afterwards or something, but where was it? Yeah, like this one here was just using the ramps. Like I charged up here once I noticed that these speed booster blocks were kind of giving you a clue for how to build that. And slid down here, did a diagonal, went over here, dropped, and then did a shot and mid-air spark over here. Like where you use shot to cancel, and then you do that, and did the rest over there. And yeah, a lot of that I figured out on the fly sort of within the last 2 hours. And I thought there was no space to start to run, and then I actually looked at that one properly. Because I realized the reason I hadn't been thinking about it was because we had destroyed those blocks so much earlier. And they stay destroyed, and so because I wasn't looking at the map, I wasn't thinking about this as a spatial clue, saying yes, you have room to do it, and moreover, if you've destroyed it already, you have definitely done it by that point. But yeah, the other one that I had trouble with, if I can find it, was it, wasn't this one, was it? I have to actually figure out where things are placed. Anyway, it was some kind of massive diagonal chamber, which I can't remember. This guy, yeah. So this one here, I had a lot of trouble with. And the solution I wound up with, I think, was actually charging in from the left, I want to say. Yeah, I charged, I stored. I got up here, I boosted, I stored again over here, and then jumped up here, and did it that way. And yeah, because I didn't know to wall jump, right? And moreover, I'd broken this wall. I was wondering the whole time whether grappling onto the spider magnet preserved anything, but I was just kind of locked into this assumption that because for the space jump or screw attack somersault, you need to continually face in the forward direction, that I just sort of wrote off the possibility of doing a reversal. Oh, no, I know why I wrote off the wall jump, because last time one thing we tried in vain was trying to see if the wall jump could deflect the shine spark if you like shine spark into a wall, and the answer of course is no. And I think I just stopped thinking about wall jumps at that point, and that was the kind of tunnel vision we were dealing with. Anyway, let's go up to Hanubia and up to the final section now that I've done all this. I want to save this for sure as well, just in case of mishaps, but we can do that once we get over to that save station. But yeah, good to compare notes with that. It's nice that this game is flexible about these things. One thing I certainly really look forward to is just watching how a lot of other people handle the ME sections, for instance, because that seems like that's where a lot of the real versatility is going to come from when it comes to diversity between strategies and runs. Although from a speed perspective, I would guess that, you know, trying to use the flash shift as much as possible for your Aeon budget instead of tapping into the Phantom Cloak is usually the right idea. Unless you can just miraculously hit the ME counter, which I've only done successfully twice in the entire game. Yeah, I didn't have to watch a video for the speed boost mechanic, I just needed to kind of sleep it off and remember what I did in the GBA games. Which, as I said, do teach it more clearly, even though it's also totally undocumented there. The reason, in fact, that I've never gotten 100% in Zero Mission is because Zero Mission also has tons of Shine Sparks shenanigans going on in the endgame, and I've never figured out all of it. I want to go back to Zero Mission now, actually, to see if some of the Shine Spark tricks that I've learned here also kind of retroactively apply. Because it's making me reconsider a few spots that I looked at in Zero Mission and thought, okay, I can't do this. But I think the positional requirements in that game are also a little bit tighter. This was your first 2D Metroid. Well, you did quite well to get 100% here. I mean, ever since Prime 3 Corruption, I think every game has made 100% much more accessible in terms of, you know, making the map just readable enough to make it convenient for the player to at least track where everything is going to be. The older games... Well, the GBA games have a kind of limited zone-based tracking system that just counts your collectibles once you are in New Game Plus or once you are in a completed save file. But if you go back to the older games, up through Super Metroid, one thing you discover fairly quickly is that you need to rely a lot on your own notes or memory, or more realistically, some kind of external guide. Okay, so yeah, this is the door for the ship. As I was assuming much earlier, I think it's going to be a traditional Metroid escape sequence after the boss where you need to race some kind of destruction timer back to the ship. Hence why everything there is blocked off. So let's just make it back to the exits, and we'll see how the finale goes. And yeah, I find it interesting that a lot of people have actually found this to be a very accessible experience for their first 2D Metroid game. As somebody who has played the series and replayed everything in story order but with the remake, so I replayed Zero Mission, Samus Returns, Super Metroid, and Fusion in that order before I played this game. This game has tons of stuff going on in terms of just fan service in a way. For people who have played all the previous ones, there are just so many things that are callbacks to the entire series. And I found it really satisfying, but I'm glad to see that the game is clearly very understandable without that. Anyway, fanciest elevator we've taken to date is kind of like a reverse bathysphere. But yeah, the enemy counters are clearly designed to be, you know, if you're lucky you get them. Like, I think the encounters are balanced very obviously to strongly incentivize dodging at all costs, and I was definitely thinking about that tuning a lot, because usually I prefer things that are more lenient but also less checkpointed, but here I think it actually works as a concept. Like, the player's whole resource budgeting in this game is actually very well designed, I thought. Is there actually a percentage counter? There isn't. So I guess there isn't a final energy tank, and maybe that little slot that doesn't align with the diagonal on the bar just remains there. Are we sure? 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Strange. Hang on here. Yeah, 12.99 and all 4 energy parts. Yeah, maybe that's all we have. 12 energy tanks. It just throws me off that the energy tanks don't line up on the right side of the display that you see on the top left. Anyway. Never knew what happened to Quiet Robe X. Maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't. Bottom's aligned and the top's aligned. Maybe, I don't know. It just seems like we should have one more energy tank than we do. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of accustomed to the fact that when there are final zones in this game, you do need to get 100% before you enter. Metroid Fusion works a bit differently, but I'm not too fond of how that's structured. This is actually kind of like the, what is it, the Zebetite conduits for Mother Brain's power source. Power bomb? Well, Mother Brain does this with missiles, but I guess we power bomb it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, somebody set up us the bomb, so we'll get up here and total replenishment onto resources as well. Why? Well, I mean, I guess this is just for flavor. Oh, this is probably part of the escape sequence. Like, we need to come back here and do all of that. But the important thing is that we cut power. I've been wondering all this time if, you know, Raven Beak obviously needs to deal with the X-Parasites himself. Maybe that's going to be a late phase of the fight, that we need to fight him in an infested form as well, but who knows?
Uploading data.
Okay, let's talk to Malkovich.
DNA has caused you to become a Metroid. Ordinarily, this would have happened immediately after the DNA transplant.
Ordinarily. Okay.
Your Thoha genes must have slowed down the process. They were the only tribe capable of controlling the Metroids. Though you possess their DNA, you are not a Thoha. Your physical prowess suggests that you must also possess Makan DNA.
Yeah, there's quite a lot in terms of the lore to Metroid, including outside the games, about Samus being raised by the Chozo and whether there were some genetic enhancements.
Enemies. This suggests one thing to me.
That my internal organs are fighting amongst themselves. Why would they be programmed to identify Makan as enemies? That doesn't make sense. Given that the Metroids on SR-388 in the first place were programmed to oppose the X, and they were kind of this collaborative project. Unless the Thoha, you know, wanted to turn them against the Makan, I guess. I don't know.
It's very probable that your metamorphosis occurred as a result of Raven Beak's attack.
Opening cutscene. Yes, that's right.
Awakened the Metroid's killer instinct.
I don't know why the Metroids would target the Makan. Like, I'm just thinking back to the art gallery story at the end of Samus Returns, and whether that lines up with what we know. I mean, the Metroids obviously rebelled, and that's why they were contained and then hunted to extinction.
Your metamorphosis has accelerated. It can no longer be controlled.
And so I am the Metroid.
You are now a Metroid, Samus Aran. Your very existence poses a grave threat to the galaxy.
Well, but I can hunt the X parasites, so that's okay.
However, there is no need to fear. You can still contribute to galactic peace. You need only use your new powers correctly. You have followed my instructions faithfully so far. Continue to do so. It's that simple.
I feel like Adam is up to something.
Your performance here on ZDR highly satisfactory. As I hoped, it has even awakened your Metroid
Well,
powers.
Adam works for the Federation, and the Federation...
During our first encounter, that one glimpse you showed told me everything. Submit and offer.
Oh, I see. This guy is
My
Ravenby.
plan is the only way to bring order to the galaxy. Fulfill your destiny, Samus. This is an order. Disobedience will not be tolerated.
So I guess the transmissions from Adam were maybe hijacked in the first place. It can't be the original commander, Adam. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, of course. Maybe this guy kind of helped create you in the first place. I suspected that was the case, in fact, from the very beginning. Yes. Okay. I mean, ever since this game kind of revealed that Chozo were going to be in, I thought that maybe Samus's origins were really going to quite seriously matter. But I never followed, like I said, any of the out-of-game stuff like the manga lore or anything, so... And of course some of that has been retconned a few times, if I understand correctly. Wow. Trying to talk about Metroid lore while I'm reading this guy's pattern for the first time. Clearly I need to dodge the black holes. I need to get within the safe zone, I guess. Let's figure out missile... The fusion missile? No. Hang on. Wow, he takes off a lot of health. Let's go to fusion, actually. Let's... not to fusion, rather, but storm missile. And then get into the safe zone as soon as possible. I'm going to die. Ah, okay, no, you need to shoot this thing. If you don't shoot this thing, then it is out of control. I think you do need to control it in terms of positioning before it just goes wild. Anyway, too busy talking during that cutscene, too. Like, we'll watch it, I'll just speed through the text. Just so I can process it one more time. But yeah, we'll need to kind of sort out the logic behind who created who and for who created whom and for what purpose.
It appears your Metroid DNA has your Thoha genes must have slowed, though you possess their DNA. You are not a Thoha. Metroids are programmed to identify. It is very probable that your metamorphosis occurred as a result of Ravenbeak's attack. Since then, you are now a Metro. However, there is no need to fear. You have followed my instructions faithfully so far. Continue to do so. It's that simple. I consider your performance here on ZDR.
Yeah, we just want to watch this again quickly, just to review it. I'll skip it in the future attempts, obviously, but...
right to let you live during our first encounter. That one glimpse you showed told me everything. Submit and offer up your power. My plan is the only way to bring order to the galaxy. Fulfill your destiny, Samus. This is an order. Disobedience will not be tolerated.
Well, we'll figure that out. And just watch some of this concept art again, which I'm sure we can probably browse in some kind of ending gallery. Yeah, so here's your co-creator. And he's just going to... Okay. Yeah, need to read the pattern. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, gotta stand back from that. Yeah. Okay. I guess I should read the colors. Yeah. Crouching should make that work. Blue is going to charge forward. Oh, I guess if you hit that thing, it grows, right? So I don't want to hit that thing. That black hole, because the black hole would absorb matter, obviously. So it's actually there to discourage me from firing missiles into it. I should just dodge it then. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. That hits really hard, actually. The diamond pattern. Need to get right up to him and do some missile spam. I mean, I do need to read that cue well in advance just to get into position, and probably flash shift into position. Anyway, we'll skip the cutscene this time just to get right back into it. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Nope. Should have just done missile spam, actually. No need to charge into that. It's not going to fire enough. That's counterable. Okay. This M. Bison punch that he does. Nope. Wow. Fast pattern all over the place. Okay, slide. And missed counter Q, but that is going to be the counter Q as if you dodge that attack. Okay. And then you dash out. Okay, that's how you do it. Dash in, get a few shots in, dash out. This may take some work, but we'll do it. Yeah, I need to not repeatedly spin into him, of course, and if I'm getting zoned out by the black hole, then, well, we'll see. Okay, yeah, dodge like that. Reflexes need to be pretty quick here. Here we go. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, red is just going to be a charge attack. Let's counter. Okay. Yeah, let that lead the target. Okay. It seems to be immune now, actually. Missiles aren't quite doing their job. So, some kind of shielding going on that I can't quite crack. I wonder if I need to position this somehow. Maybe there's a reason to use the black hole. Okay, this guy's clearly immune, even if you hit all 5 targets. Whoa. What happens by... Okay, black hole just does damage. Okay, there's no reason to jump into it. Oh, it's just... experimenting with that a bit. I wonder if that's counterable, actually. I thought I saw a bit of a counter flash there, but... Okay. Yeah, and that just sticks around until you hit it. Until that gets wiped. So. Well, none of this is working. Probably storm missile will be necessary. Whoa. Okay. Bad position there. But yeah, surviving long enough to get to counter Q seems to be pretty critical here. Other than that, there's a lot of reflex, a lot of positioning. Black hole clearly tracks me, it's just that I need to draw it out into a position that gives me enough room to dodge the sweep, this sweep. I would hate to try to do a low percent run through this game, just given how much health this is taking off. I can see why hard mode actually would be an issue once you get to this guy. Whoa. That looks counterable for sure. Okay. Seemed like I was getting through that fine that time. Counter. Okay. So now what do I do with his flame shield? Well, it's a flame shield. Clearly ice missiles, right? Or not? Get all 5 points, maybe? Maybe? Hope the meditation isn't a heal or something. That would be really quite unfortunate. Nope. Phantom Cloak isn't going to do anything for me here. That's counterable. Flank, maybe? Flank. No. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, so I can approach him in for counter. Like, get into melee range and then... yeah. Yeah, maybe with a dash counter, in fact. Whoa, okay. Probably should get into charge beam here. No, I need to hit counter timings for sure, I think. Wow, getting slapped. Yeah, just haven't figured out his phase yet. Probably need to double tap out of that one. But yeah, this game is truly delivered on the boss fights, I think. And I already had very high expectations going in, just given my experience with Samus Returns. Whoops. Taking off a full bar already. That's not a good start. Nope. Yeah, need to do double tap for sure. Single tap just won't cut it. Counter that... Nope. Okay. Okay. Counter. Okay. Whoops. Come on. Nope. Okay, no, I need to continue to counter pattern. I got the first one. That's not going to be enough. It's going to be a counter sequence. But yeah, I actually do want him to taunt me, because then I get into melee and then we fight directly for a couple of blows. And I can't seem to hit him otherwise, so that's going to be necessary. Okay. Oops. Come on. Give me a Q. Give me a Q. Oops. Spent way too long there. There we go. Okay, that's how you break him out of that form. Okay, great. Okay, no, this is pretty manageable now, actually. Surprisingly manageable, in fact. Yeah, I mean, should obviously be a faster way to do some of this, but if you play fairly defensively and just stay alive and get the counter Qs in, that seems to be the most efficient way to actually do stuff. Okay, phase 1. Is there a phase 2? Yes, of course there is. We get any kind of replenishment going into phase 2? Only very little. Okay. That's okay. I understand phase 1 now, so. Oh. Whoa. Nope, need to circle around, probably. Yeah, he's got the tracer as well on the arm cannon. I mean, this guy's basically got my arsenal. Same idea when it comes to Chozo technology, so. Okay, no, we know how to get through phase 1. It's purely in damage avoidance and counter keys. And I've got a pretty good missile bank to be doing that, so. No need to waste missiles then when he's in his gold form and can't be hit. The red dash attack too, if we can figure out the counter timing. Not purple, red. Come on. And here's a low sweep. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Nope. Okay. Come on, give me a taunt, give me a taunt. Don't know if there's a faster way to trigger the taunt, that's the thing. Okay. Like if I need to shoot him or something ahead of time. There's a counter timing on that one too, but just haven't been able to read the cue properly. Yeah, no need to shoot him, I don't think. But then if I don't shoot him, how do I get the taunt? Yeah, that low sweep with that red glow, that's going to be a counterable attack. Narrow timing window for it though, but definitely doable. Come on, we need it. There we go. There we go. 2 cycles like that, and I should be able to just pot him pretty cleanly. It's the only vulnerable cycle here, probably unless I get the counter on the forward dash attack as well. Okay. Okay, there we go. Just gotta be careful. Don't know if shooting him does anything to raise our chances of a counter, but... Okay. Raise this. Damage mitigation is going much better than usual, of course, so that's important. Oh, way out of position. Way out of position. There we go. And yeah, 2 good solid counters. This should be enough to get through this phase. There we go. Let's get into the flight phase now. You just need 2 counter cycles, and that's the way to do it quickly, is you just need to catch both the taunt and the red orb attack. Oh. I needed to dash through at least part of this, I think. Whoa, what a beam. Nope. 18 health, I'm dead. Quite sincerely dead. Yeah, I just need to get some height there, and probably just... I wonder if the flash shift through the beam actually would be something that teleports me instantly across and allows me to cross it. So maybe that's the idea, instead of trying to go over, just cross that pattern. Anyway, significantly better phase 1. That's the right idea with phase 1, just... play defensively, get the counters. That's all it is. Whoops. Nope, standing too close. Okay. There we go. Bottom some more, and that should get into phase 2 pretty quickly, actually, with full bank of health. Very nice. Or, well, phase 1.5, let's show you. That's cleanest we've gotten here so far. Okay. Missed a counter on that one, just needs to watch the queue. Okay. Okay. It's gonna give me a taunt. Red pattern would work quite nicely as well. There we go. Oh wow, winged form already, because we got the 2 counters in first part of phase 1, I guess. So yeah, 3 counter cycles is all it takes. And so yeah, we've got full resources going into this phase. This is easily the best we've done. Okay. Took off a pretty big chunk there. That's counterable. Maybe it needs to be done from the arrow, though. Yeah, I got shaved a little bit there. Oh, whoops. Wow, what a long pattern. Nope. Going for a long lock-on may actually not be clever. I feel like there should be a better way to deal with the rapid shot. Whoa. No, that's not the way to deal with the rapid shot. Dashing right into it. Yeah, probably should just be circling around him. But anyway, best ever phase 1 so far, so we're making progress. Purple. No, that's not it. I want red. There we go. Yeah, I quite like how tractable the patterns are to read, actually. Like, you can actually learn them with some consistency, I think. Oh, whoops. No, it didn't even shoot him. Okay. Forgot it was just a single counter there, not the double. Kind of missed an opportunity for a lot of the incoming damage that I could have inflicted. Outgoing damage, I should say. Missed a counter. We'll have to wait for the taunt cycle, probably. I don't know if there's anything that can damage him or accelerate the cycle in this phase. I think it might just be pure defense. That would not be unheard of for a Mercury Steam Metroid fight. Digger Knot also had a lot of sequences like that in Samus Returns. And the fights in this game, though, have generally been pretty good about not just having pure defense phases, so I got a bit of dodging here and there, but you can usually help the enemy anyway. Okay. Give me a counter. Yeah. There we go. The counter window for that two counter sequence is actually really generous. Like, I felt like I've been going really early on it every time, and it still functioned perfectly well, so. Anyway. Okay, so main thing here is that we need to deal with the rapid fire. No, you shouldn't dash through it. You're taking too much damage. Yeah, I need to go around. Maybe I need to pot him. Actually, no, I just need to shoot him, actually. I think maybe that interrupts. Whoops. No, it doesn't interrupt. It kind of does. Maybe not as well as I'd like. Yeah, no, it does kind of interrupt, but it's hard to do so without taking damage first. And that's the problem I'm running into there. Whoa. Totally got smoked. I almost wonder if tapping him with like instead of lining up a shot, tapping him with a melee counter while I'm circling around. Because if I just need to do some kind of interrupt, something like an aerial melee counter there might be a good solution. But anyway, getting past phase 1 consistently now, so that's definitely a plus. Okay. Just have to develop a real intuitive sense for the flash shift cooldown timing, so I don't need to watch the meter. I can just do everything with an intuitive sense of timing for when that's going to be available. Oh, whoops. Oh, I accidentally got a slide instead of the morph ball, and that was the issue there. So I missed my counter opportunity purely because of that. Yeah, that's too bad. Just totally flubbed counter. That's okay, we got this cycle. Anyway, he's gonna put up the gold shield. And... nope. Missed the morph ball again for some reason. Yeah, so it looks like you do need to counter him in that phase with the morph ball in order to get to phase 2. It's not something damage-based, it's something cycle-based. Maybe. If that makes sense. Yeah, taking a huge beating on phase 1 already this time. I'm not liking how things are going too much. But will he take enough here to get into phase 2? Yes, he will. Okay. Alright, phase 2. Let's think about the aerial melee. If we can dodge around, like circle around with a screw attack. Nope, that's not going to be it. I think I need to slide under that attack. In fact, if I can do a sort of downward attack... yeah, no, that needs to be interrupted for sure. But if I circle around and do a downward attack and actually manage to hit while I'm on top, that might be the best idea. I attempted to do that, I just didn't have the right kind of diagonal when I was attempting to aim. In fact, yeah, I don't know why I'm even doing a manual aim for that. I can just pot him this way. I think I'm actually overusing the manual aim on the L trigger throughout this game, when sometimes the sort of intuitive movement direction, in terms of pointing your projectiles in a classic way, may actually be far more productive. Oops. Oops. Yeah, poor muscle memory there, unfortunately. Okay. Nope. Huge sweep with the beam, but I should be okay. Okay, there we go. Learning that steadily. No point in trying to go on the offense during the gold form, though. Wow, got stuck there. Nope. Come on. Yeah. There we go. Pretty generous counter timing, as I said before, so. Okay, up we go. Good spacing there. And yeah, pretty lengthy cycle that time in terms of the black holes I had to deal with. Okay, so the plan for rapid fire is to circle around him and do a missile interrupt from above. That's going to be the objective. I do need to hit him. Okay. Alright, that works too. Oh, that's maybe not so good. Okay, better in terms of damage mitigation than usual, for sure. Not so good. Really need to watch that timing. Yeah, interrupt's not working here. Still don't really have a consistent idea of what to do with rapid fire, unfortunately. Okay, I do need to shoot him. It's just... Maybe I don't even need to shoot with missile there. I can just use the beam, and the wide beam might be a whole lot better. In fact, the lock-on... Yeah. Yeah, going for the beam there instead of missile is maybe preferred. 4 health remaining. This is not going to be the attempt, but... That's okay, learning as we go. Yeah, I gotta remember that I actually can shoot him in this phase. Whoops. Okay. Pretty generous Q there. Okay. Yeah, lots of replenishment coming out of the counter, in fact. That's very helpful so far. Still need to deal with the X-Parasites at the end of all this, I would say. Unless we're saving that for the sequel, now that I'm a Metroid and I can deal with that. Okay. Nope. Way out of position. Yeah, I was in the air, so I countered, but I didn't get the counter cycle. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, the melee approach on a taunt is perfectly fine. It's actually a very open opportunity. Okay, there we go. Nope. Just stop bumping him like that. Stop bumping and jumping. Missing every shot here. Tank of 200 missiles and it's barely hitting a thing. This is actually totally dodgeable if you're careful. It's just that my screw attack driving is maybe not the best, so. Have we seen any kind of counter Q here yet? Not really. Not even on the aerial. This is kind of like some of the Proteus Ridley patterns, in fact, in the finale to Samus Returns. So it's not totally unfamiliar in terms of just the style of attacks that we're dealing with, in terms of positioning. Come on. Yeah, circle around. Maybe strategically use the flash dash if it feels like I'm behind pace. I should just spam the plasma beam, actually, or the wave beam, rather. I don't know why I'm not doing that more often than I have been. I think it's one of those things where the more he hits you, the longer this continues, and so it's not about interrupting him, it's about surviving the cycle for as long as possible. Yeah, at 101 health, I'm still really low. At 10 health, I'm perilously low. Okay, yeah. If you don't get hit, and for that matter, if you don't get stomped on, I think the idea is just to play defensively on that pattern, just circle around. You can clearly do it as long as you don't lose too much height. Okay. Yeah. If I can get into phase 2 with full health or thereabouts, I'll be in good shape. And if you take into account some of the replenishment from the counters, I think it is possible. Not too far behind pace for that sort of thing. Yeah, maybe about an energy tank behind. 120 down. Okay. Here we go. Nice big replenishment there. I haven't even been able to comment so far on what a nice boss battle track there is. The music here is really quite a pleasure as far as final bosses go. I mean, very high standards in that particular genre of function, the video game music, so. Okay, circle around. Nope. If I don't get hit, then that goes by quickly. Nope, still getting hit by that. I feel like I need to dodge that in order to get a counter. Yeah. Circle around twice. Circle around twice. Okay, 5 tanks still. Could be a lot worse. 4 tanks, okay. 3 tanks, could be a lot worse. Okay, could be a little worse. It's getting a little bit dire. I don't know if I need missile spam here, but I've got a bank of 200. I feel like we can use it. Don't need to really reserve it for the counters. Oh boy. Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a good opportunity at some point. Oh! Here's another phase, maybe? Counter. Okay, I clipped one wing. And he's a little bit unbalanced, so he's not going to do this Sephiroth thing. He's just going to... Oh boy. He's going to drop the sun on me, apparently. Not content with a black hole. Oh, wow. Okay, so you... It's radial attack, okay. Okay, you can kind of see the beam that he's attempting to fire, so... Just gotta look for the counter Q here. Yeah, so... Phase 2 was purely damage and survival. This is back into a little bit more familiar territory in terms of the counter Qs, and so... As long as we don't have to deal with the sun and the black hole at once, maybe we are not in terrible shape. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Okay, phase 3 is a new record. Phase 2, well, we know what's going on now. It's just that it's pure survival, and you just kind of pot him when you can. I don't see a counter yet in phase 2, but if we read the sideways dash Q correctly, and just kind of morph ball out of that to dodge, then that takes care of most things. Like, phase 2 is not that bad. Okay. Okay. You do not get crowded by the black hole. We really do need to lead it strategically. Whoops. Nope, forgot to pot him there. Always forget that that's just a single counter, not a double. The only double counter is when you approach to taunt, I think. Whoa, okay. Getting potted a little bit hard here. Anyway. Okay, let's get in. Whoops. What? Here we go. Are we going to get a phase transition of this one? Yes. Okay, I need to accurately read that and duck. Or go over, for that matter. He's going a little bit low for me right now. Oh. Yeah, let's just pot him that way. cycle twice, yeah. Slide or morph ball down below that one. And yeah, just spamming him here is going to be much easier than trying to do missile control, I think. It might not be as good damage throughput, but it's a lot easier to control. Yeah, I just need to get enough height there so I don't drop on top of him inadvertently. Still at 5 bars here. That's could be a lot worse. Oh no, it's worse. Got a little bit of replenishment along the way, actually. I haven't really been paying attention to how that's been happening, but... Yep. I can't let him land on top of me like that, obviously. Trick is to drop rapidly on the way down. And also accurately, of course. Whoa! Yeah, kind of doing this phase a long way in terms of not potting him with very many missiles, but... I mean, I believe this is doing something. First time I've kind of gone for an all-beam strategy in this phase, just for the sake of shot accuracy. Down to 3 bars, that's not a good place to be in going into the final phase, but especially because the final phase we're still learning piece by piece. Okay, down to 1 bar. Yeah, maybe I should have gone missiles, but... And maybe the side pattern is counterable. I have not really been reading the animation clearly enough to know if the flash is the right kind of flash. I don't think it is. Nope. Got zoned out there. Down to under 1 bar now. We're going to be in a lot of big trouble, I think. Come on. Maybe I shouldn't just be potting with the beam, but he is blinking. Like, I thought that is a sign that the damage is actually going, but no, that's too long a survival phase. I think maybe I should switch back to missiles for when the shots are going to be clean. It's more that, like, if you're on some of the more mobile cycles there, it makes sense to go for the wide beam if you don't want to aim. Or we could save up a charge beam while we're spinning around, but I think in terms of muscle memory, we might run into a few obstacles there. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Counter 1. Okay. Just gotta take it easy here. Whoa. That was not the intended dodge, but it works. Okay. Oh, no, that's not gonna go. Doesn't take too much health off, at least. Yeah. Reading the cue by color helps significantly. So you're not just making snap decisions about the animation by itself. Just need to distinguish red from purple sometimes. That's all there is to it. Nope, nearly got locked there. Yeah, there is enough time to get out of there vertically, instead of just dashing out as I've been doing. Yeah, likes doing that move quite a lot, though. I wonder how to get him out of this cycle, unfortunately. Maybe I do need to pot him a little bit, even if it's not doing damage. Okay. Oh, wow, I missed. First time I've missed a double counter in quite a while, actually. Yeah, very much a squandered opportunity there on what should have been an easy move. How do I get him out of this? Yeah, this has been an unusually long phase 1 as well. I've been flagging a little bit here, more than I usually would. Whereas we had a few really quick phase 2s, really quick transitions to phase 2 in previous attempts. It's just that I can't get him out of this pattern. Wow. I don't know what I can do in terms of manipulating the trigger here, other than not taking damage, perhaps. Okay, got it. Thought it was going to be early, but that does hit the timing. Okay, not in great shape, but yeah, going to go missile for the easier parts to aim. Oh no, missed. Okay. I know, tried to duck out of that one, just missed. I was a little bit off the ground at the time, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, if he hits you, he keeps on chaining it. I think that's one of the determinants there. What I don't understand is how to get him out of the kind of diamond sweep in the first phase. He just keeps doing it. Nope. Okay. Nope. Screw attack is not how we do this. Potted him with about 70 missiles in this phase, and well, I mean, I'm missing a good chunk of them, so it's probably just half that. Wow, got blasted. There we go. Okay, 2 bars going to phase 3. Phase 3, we should be watching for the red counter. We know how to dodge the sun pattern. It's just a matter of leading the beam, adjusting height as necessary on the jump. That's gotta hurt, just ripping off his own wings like that. Like, I mean, it looks very badass, I know, but, you know. Okay. Oh, wow. Didn't realize he was still going there with that charge cycle. Anyway, we're going to be looking for the red cube for a counter. Here we go. That's great because we got a tiny bit of replenishment, not much, but if precedent suggests anything, just a few counter phases might actually be enough to get me through. Okay, black hole, but then now it's going to be black hole with the arm cannon. Just need to approach him this way and circle around the black hole. That's the best pattern for it, I think. Okay, 40 health. We got trapped. Okay. Yeah, once again, just got trapped by that big side sweep. Many times over. We're getting close, though. I mean, he's lost his wings. Unless there's something like a secret X-parasite phase or something after that. Seems like the rhythm of the fight is nearing its end. Oh no, let's not get trapped. Okay. Nope. Okay, there we go. Alright, time to play defensively. Yeah, jumping up immediately if the black hole is on my side is going to be better, and of course I just forget my own advice as soon as I mention it. But if we can get a clean approach to phase 2, then we're going to be in much better shape than we were before. Lead the black hole. That right. Okay. I have to keep track of the black hole positioning even when it's off screen. Oh. Okay. Oh, come on. Missed it? That's okay. He gave me the other counter right away. Getting a little bit sloppy on the taunt counter. I mean, probably just from lack of practice since we haven't been given that cue very often. Okay. Oh, he's going to sweep me again. Nope. Oh, that counter Q was interesting. I missed it. Okay. Yeah, it was a bit of an unexpected counter Q that I don't think I'd seen before. Maybe I was just within very close range for the melee move. Come on. There we go. This should do it. Yeah, kind of 4 bars down going to... No, you're not even going to get to phase 2 yet. It's playing way too sloppy. I wonder if Black Hole can actually be turned to my advantage if I expand it, or if it's just always going to disincentivize shooting. Okay, just gotta watch the wind up accurately. Once again, about 4 bars down, 4 to 5 bars down, going into phase 2. Okay, phase 2, yeah, I don't know if missiles are any faster than beam here, but we'll go missiles since that has gotten me through the fight at least, and that's better we can save for the beam strategy. Takes a lot of punishment, though. Yeah, going for diffusion, or not diffusion, storm missile might actually be a better idea if we have a good position. I mean, partly because the storm missile is just such a satisfying interaction. But DPS-wise, I don't think it's necessarily going to be optimal here. Whoops. Ran right into him. Storm Missile does have the advantage of hitting the target for once. Never really been a space jump or screw attack expert, and you kind of see we're paying the price for that. Well, there's 3 bars left. Yeah, getting under him, actually going into the big beam seems efficient. Alright, let's go. Now we need to dodge the entirety of the sun, eventually. Remember that going around a black hole is good, going sort of forward towards him is also good. Now we can't just watch the sun, we do need to watch his position at the same time in case he does a dash attack. Like that. Okay, there's a counter. Okay. Oh, okay. Trouble. Again. Yeah. No, okay. Really low now. No, didn't have a good way to get around. That's okay, I feel like we're reasonably close. Need to get, maybe 2 more good counters in phase 3, and then we'll see what the finale is like from there. I don't know if it's going to be much more than that. We've been on to fight for about an hour, and that's pretty proportionate to what I like about a final boss fight. I think it's maybe in line with the kind of tuning you would see in some of the fights in Cuphead, if you're thinking about timed number of attempts. Definitely one of the harder things was seen in this series, for sure. I always felt like the Prime series got the much better selection in terms of final bosses in some ways. Yeah, I mean, the final boss should be the toughest one, and, the other ones in this game were no pushovers, for sure. Anyway, let's try to concentrate here and see if we can finally get a good pattern. I just don't know how to get him out of that. Okay. Yeah, you can be a little bit spammy about the counter in some of these cutscene moments. It's a generous game. Maybe it's not so generous and hard, but who knows. Yeah, bad positioning there. Yeah, I was in the air for that. It did deflect damage, but it didn't get the counter to work the way I wanted. So, not a good phase there. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I need to stay pretty much in the center for this move. Maybe it stays up as long as the black hole is up. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to get rid of the black hole or something. Yeah. Maybe I'm just supposed to tap the black hole, but I do take damage from that, so it doesn't seem like the right idea. Or maybe I tap the black hole when it's intersecting with that. I actually don't know. It's got something to do with the black hole. Like, the fact that the black hole is staying up as long as it is prolonging the pattern. And I haven't found a systematic way to deal with that yet. Okay, phase 2, let's go. Okay. Dodge cleanly. Dodge cleanly if we can. Nope. Almost tidy. No, tried to duck there. I don't know why that input didn't go through. Must have conflicted with something else I was trying to hit at the same time. I was definitely trying to morph ball out of that one. Yeah, there we go. You actually get out of the morph ball afterwards. It's rather important if you want to actually shoot this guy. Okay. Whoops. Nope. There we go. Probably my best phase 2 so far, in fact. Or rather my best record coming out of phase 2. Because I've got a couple bars left, and so we're not in terrible shape. Yeah, about 6 bars left, that's not bad, really. As long as we read his pattern correctly. As you can see, that zaps the black hole, and I don't consistently know how to make that happen. Nope. Still hitting everything. Whoa, didn't expect the shine spark there to change directions on me. Nope. good counter timing, if I may. Yeah, I got it as an aerial counter, so once again, good defensively, no use offensively. Oops. Okay, getting smacked all of a sudden. Down to 10 health. Okay, that fell apart quickly. That was the best entry into Phase 3 so far, though, so definitely some progression here. Is he going to do it again? Okay, Black Hole actually got out that time. Oh, missed a counter. Okay. Currently at full, which is nice. We want to get out of Phase 1 at full, and then we want to make not too much of a disaster out of Phase 2. I'm trying to shoot the Black Hole while it's inside the light, and that doesn't actually do much, I think. I think it's just pure dodging. I don't really know how to shorten that. It seemed like shooting the Black Hole was only going to expand it, but I'm not exactly sure if that's actually... Well, yeah, it's definitely the case. You don't want to shoot the thing. Okay. Yeah, still in Phase 1 here because we just don't know how to deal with the sweep. One of the few boss patterns in this game that I really have not cracked. On the experiment fight, the speed booster wind segment I had a lot of trouble with in terms of never really feeling like I got that down, but other than that, most of the time we've been able to figure out at least a clear intentional method for what to do about a given pattern, even though we can't quite execute the solution cleanly. Doing a side dash out of that beam is not too bad. Okay. Let's actually sustain space jump for once. Yeah, just pawning him from the back, in fact, during the thick beam. It's going to be pretty efficient. Kind of cuts him off, too. Okay. Not nice of him to step on me like that. Pretty close to my best phase. Maybe not my overall best, given that we're still at 6 bars or so, which was also my previous record. But we're going to get into phase 3 pretty much as well as we did last time, and then this time we just need to not get smacked all at once. And also hit the counters from time to time instead of getting caught up in the air when the cues actually arrive. Here's one of those fights where the challenge is to watch two things at once. You need to watch his position. You need to watch whatever the solar hazard is going to be. Whoa. Surprised that actually worked. Yeah, that partly potted me a bit. I just continue shooting him. And Shine Spark is not good news, so... Oh no, that's not counterable. Misread that as the red dash. Okay. Just kind of pot him whenever I can. Get a bit of replenishment off the counter, which is desperately needed. Get me back up into 5 bars, and we just need to sustain that somewhat consistently. I mean, I think we've seen all his moves at this point. He does get into the diamond pattern here, of course, like this. Oh, wait. Phase 4? Oh, wait. I got smacked with... Okay, I missed a counter. Well, first time seeing that, I have an excuse. I feel like that was actually the finisher. We just missed the opportunity to get the finisher. Okay, let's get another one here. If I can. I mean, I should put him over the line. There we go. Okay, let's grab him by the head and just suck out his life force. No, not quite. Alright, same idea as the start. Something to do with the X-Parasites, I'm sure. Some immunity. What happened to Quiet Rogue X? Is he going to come in here and... Anyway, let's let him talk. This is escape sequence written all over it. Wow, look at that suit. Okay, so that's how we get back onto the surface then for whatever comes next. Wow. That suit. Now that is something. Oh, yeah, X-Parasite form. We called it. We called it. Phase 4, here we go. I mean, I'm a Metroid. I can clearly deal with it. Oh, yeah. Let's charge up the beam. What do I do? Okay, it is a cutscene. And I need to charge the beam. Okay, because I was trying to do the missile input, and that's not correct. Yeah, it is a charge. And do we just wait for an opportunity here? No, you just hold and charge. I don't know if there's anything else I can do. Yeah, pure cutscene coda. Actually, kind of fortunate that doesn't make you repeat the fight. Unlike the very similar finale in Fusion, where you do need to repeat the final boss if you die to the cutscene part. Ah, escape sequence. Where are we in relation to the rest of the zone? We need to head over to this door. That's the target hyper beam door, because we have the hyper beam. Defeated Ravenbeak X rather quickly, in fact, because that's what happens when you're in a Metroid. Let's not stare too much at the background art. Let's just get out of here. Wait. Is this a power bomb thing, or did I just need to shoot that? Okay, I just need to shoot that. So I've got the hyper beam, and hyper beam solves everything. Okay. Yeah, too busy doing the manual aim when I should just... Can't really spam the beam, though. You can hold it forward. I mean, it's the classic anti-mother brain beam, as well as kind of like the final smash beam, actually, all at once. Neat little tribute to the way it looks in Smash, in some ways. This looks like Speed Booster to get out of the wind, unless I can kill the thing to my right. We've got a lot of distance to cover. Yeah, we just kill it. Nope. Wait. What am I missing here? Sealed door. Sealed door with a wave beam. Oh, we need to go down here. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, you should not bother doing any kind of manual control here. You just run and wave the beam around whenever you are able to charge it. That's pretty much the only thing to do here as the planet gets destroyed. Okay. Up we go. Screw attack up here, and here's the docks. You vaporize this thing, and hopefully you don't have to fight anything at the very end. I don't think we should have to. It'll just be pure escape. Was there an option to save the animals? Anyway, let's not think too hard about that. Let's just get in here.
So, you will drain the ship of its energy.
Are we going to let the old friends pilot the ship for us? If they're still here, on board. Ah. Mr. X. I mean, he's been X revived, so... Ah, so that's been neutralized. Interesting. How does that work? Because that doesn't seem to be how any of the other X-Parasite absorption works, but we hadn't really tried that with the Hyper Beam suit, so let's just watch the finale. Well now. That was an experience. A really fantastic final fight, I think. Just wonderfully paced. A lot of fun to read it. It is a challenge to do cleanly, but I think it was a very satisfying thing to learn phase by phase. In general, I think the boss fights are really the star of the show in this game. As we might have expected from Samus Returns previously, but, you know, even more so, I think. It was just one set piece or one big hit after another, and lots of variety, too. As I was saying on a previous stream, that you just have this mix of quick agility fights and some bigger, gigantic room-scale concepts. And, yeah. Very hard to sort of guess ahead at what the legacy of a big release like this is going to be in terms of how it's going to hold up on repeat plays and what kind of things people will notice about the way it's put together. As I said, the thing I found fascinating was that while at first glance it looks like, just given the layout and the power-up pacing and so on, and some of the story triggers, it's not really necessarily that vulnerable to sequence breaking. Well, first, we can always be proven wrong about that, given the kind of geometry glitching one sees done in a 3D environment, which I believe was the case with Samus Returns, but it seems like when it comes to optimization and just the sort of variety that you bring into a different playthrough, the Emmy sequences seem to be particularly well suited for that. Just because the first time through, you're just kind of guided along by the escape and not sure where to go. And playing very reactively in a way that's not always the case when you explore an environment in a Metroid format. But yeah, as you get to know the flow of the game, it is one that might be really interesting to map out. Not sure, as I said before, how much we'll bother with attempting a speedrun clear for, well, the finale costume, you would think. Or anything like hard mode. Hard mode might be something I'd chip away at off stream. I don't know that it will really look much different, apart from involving quite a lot more death. But yeah, I mean, you know, obviously that would be a nice accomplishment to get on video, but I just don't know yet if we'll actually bother to grind it out. This will not be the absolute end of the stream, of course. I do want to see about our final time, obviously, as well as whether collecting 100% going into the ending unlocks anything like an extra credit scene, or anything neat in what maybe a post-game art gallery. In Samus Returns, of course, unlocking 100% gave you literally the artwork that is some of the cinematic artwork for Metroid Dread, so that was 4 years ago. And while I think it was sort of accurately interpreted at the time as being a tease for a Chozo villain to make a big appearance, and a bit of a tease that, you know, some kind of future for the Metroid series was in store, the fact that it would just be imported so literally as the backstory to this game was really quite a sign, I think, of how long this has been in the making, so... Now, my hunch is that this is going to stand as one of the great series revivals. I think I came away from this experience very, very positively. I'm just so happy with how this turned out. Not just the fact that we got Metroid Dread after, you know, all of that waiting since the original rumors back in 2005 or whatever, but... Oh, look at this artwork. You get kind of a summation of everything that has come before, maybe. Do I click through, or... Hard mode unlocked. Maybe you unlock artwork for different entries in the series, depending on performance. And yeah, you can kind of see the difference between the last checkpoint time and the final clear time as well, in terms of just how much content that was. I do, as I said, want to see extras. You've got the gallery, you've got the mission log, which only goes up to the save point. It doesn't give you the finale. The mission log actually has not been updated at all since the previous day, because all we did was clean up items. Let's take a look at the gallery. I mean, I got 100%. I should have unlocked everything, but we'll tap over to ending rewards afterwards. Yeah, okay, so I guess you do unlock different entries of the series based on the ending. I wonder if that means that we should be doing things like hard mode and the speed times. It's one of those things where I think I would rather look up the requirement than guess at it myself. I doubt it would be one per playthrough. I think it is depending on the quality of the ending for sure. But that's a serious incentive to play because, you know, you've got 5 games, you've got Zero Mission, Samus Returns, Super Metroid, Fusion, and who knows what number 6 is. Well, you've got Dread. I mean, I guess maybe you also get, in lieu of Dread, maybe Metroid NES and Metroid 2 Return of Samus, but no, I would assume that it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this kind of teases you by saying, oh, what's in number 6? Can we get that eventually? I don't know, but let's take a look at the artwork and see. And yeah, I was expecting a bigger gallery, to be honest. But we'll take it. And oh, this is Kraid's capture and locking, so yeah. Yeah, because this is where Ravenbeak captures and restores the Emmy robots. Destroys them, rather, and then just rebuilds them. Kraid's capture, look at this screen. Fantastic. And yeah, working on an experiment. Z57 back when it still fit in the tank, which must have been quite some time ago. Yeah, this is the water boss. I guess all of these Chozo renegades that have been stripped bare are fed to the water boss, which is very grisly. And is this the experiment boss again? No, this is something else. Let's... Oh no, this is the first boss, I think. Or the Phantom Cloak. And yeah, this is Ravenbeak versus the ex-Parasite Chozo. I mean, I think his motives there are maybe a little conflicted, but this is the Emmy rebuild, by the looks of it. And there's the planetary conquest of the Mockin tribe. Okay. quite a lot going on. Oh, look at this. We've got gangs all here, really. We've got Adam, Samus, Emmy, Wyatt, Rogue. You got Mother Brain, Kraid. Everybody's here. Is that Queen Metroid at the back? I think it isn't exactly. And yeah, just everything looking quite threatening, so. Right, because this was the unlock that I guess must be the 100% unlock, because this was the one that was filed away under Samus's emblem. So. Anyway, don't know what the unlock condition will be, but I assume it's just based on time and hard mode, so. Someday, maybe. Quite happy with what we've seen already. Well, with that said, that's going to be the end of this adventure. That's it for our first run through Metroid Dread. That's 100% clear. The time, as you can see, is almost 10 hours off of our actual logged time on stream, because that's really how much time we spent combing through maps and menus, and mostly the maps. But the timer always looks comparatively flattering that way, so you do have to wonder what the actual benchmarks or the additional endings are going to be at the end. Turnout is small enough today that I don't know if we'll send you off on a raid anywhere else, but we'll just make that decision fairly soon. And in any case, thank you so much for joining me, whether you are watching this live or catching up much later, as a lot of people would be doing if they're behind my current progression. Thanks for watching once again, whether it was just this episode or the whole adventure. And until whatever we do next, have a great day, have a great week ahead of you, have a great time in this game, whether you've played it already or not, because I certainly had an amazing one. And fare thee well.